Okay. Good morning, good morning. Another fine day here in the city of Toronto. I am Councillor Gord Perks and I am the chair of the Planning and Housing Committee. We have quorum. I am now calling meeting 18 to order. Welcome. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the Planning and Housing Committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nation, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the speakers list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Planning and Housing Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Member, the City Clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at phc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none, may I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our meeting on December 5th? I'm going to make Councillor Bradford do that. There we go. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Yeah, Vince can't do it. Are there any business items?
No, there aren't any. That was just.
Yeah, okay.
You could go into the
rundown? Okay. Should we do the motion now or at the end of the rundown?
Sorry, did you do the reference?
Sorry. Members, I have a procedural motion that I would like us to consider. We have a very, very full agenda today, and I think we're going to have to put something of a limit on some of the speaking times. So what I would propose is that with the exception of the items that are statutory public hearing meetings, which are 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, that we cut off the speakers list as of 10 a.m. and similarly, with the exception of the statutory items, we limit the deputation time to 3 minutes. I just want to, I'm mindful of the fact that we need to make sure we retain quorum for the entire meeting. Are there any questions or thoughts on that? No? I'm sorry, this is just for committee members at this point? Okay, thank you. So all those in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. Okay, let's do the rundown. Item 18.1, which is Merton Street, has deputants. 18.2, which is the Golden Mile, has deputants. Item 18.3, which is the parking requirements for new development. Bicycle and Visitor has deputants. Item 18.4, let me just catch up here. Is the Ward 23 Multiplex study. I don't have any deputants listed that. Pardon me? Councillor Myers would like to hold it. Item 18.5, the Avenues Policy has deputants. 18.6, Progress on Building More Supportive Homes has deputants. Item 18.7, the Multi-Unit Residential Acquisition Program has deputants. Item 18.8, Regent Park Phases 4 and 5, Building 4A update. Councillor Nunziata is moving the staff recommendations. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item 18.9, amendments to the sign bylaw to regulate bike share signs outside of the public right-of-way. Does anyone wish to hold it? No? Okay, then I'll move the staff recommendations. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item 18.10, which is the study work plan. There is a deputant. Item 18.11, the Woodbine Transit-Oriented Community Secondary Plan authorization to enter into agreements for resourcing. There you go, your first motion on the Planning and Housing Committee. We better all vote in favor. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item PH 18.12, Transit-Oriented Community Update and on downtown proposals and affordable housing. We have a deputant. Item 18.13, Community Benefits Charge in-kind guidelines.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask some questions about that.
Okay, so we'll hold that in Councillor Bradford's name. Item 18.14, thermal comfort guidelines for large area studies, public realm capital projects, and large site development. We have deputants on that. Item 18.15, the Toronto Employment Survey. Members, I had hoped to schedule a presentation for this item, but because of the time constraints today, we won't be able to. But I do encourage you all to take a good look at it. There's some very important information in there about how the economy of Toronto is doing, where employment is growing and shrinking. It's very valuable work, and I wish we did have time to get into it today, but we don't. So with that, I'll move receipt. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item 18.16, 3100 Weston Road, notice of intention to designate. We have deputants on that item. Item PH 18.17, 29, 31, 33 Sussex Avenue. We have no deputants.
Just go down that item, there's a recommend decision, and I've asked planning if they would like you to.
Councillor Sachs, we've had some conversations about this. My understanding is that your preference is we adopt the staff recommendations and not the recommendations from Preservation Board. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So I am going to move the recommendations in PH 1817. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Do I? Okay. That completes our agenda rundown. We'll now go to our first scheduled item, which is PH 18.1, 267 to 275 Merton Street, zoning bylaw amendment application decision report. I have a number of deputants listed. First is David Sivitson. David? Hi. David, if you could just come over. And if I could just ask members of the public, I know it's a bit crowded today, but the seats here are reserved for staff, okay? I think there's some open seating in the corner there, but we do try to keep this area for staff and elected officials only, okay? Hi, David. Good morning. You've got 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Mr. Chair, members of the Planning and Housing Committee. My name is David Sivitson. I'm president of the board of the Condominium Corporation at 319 Merton Street. and I'm here representing the two neighboring buildings to the development under discussion today, ours and 253 Merton, and I'm also here representing CEDRA, the South Eglinton Davisville Residents Association. We recognize that this building is going to be built and applaud the inclusion of a much-needed affordable housing component. Before we get to our concerns with the building, I'd like to speak briefly to the planning process as we've experienced it and why at this late stage of the game we will ask the committee to place some conditions on any approval as these issues remain unresolved despite being raised with the city and the developer for months. These issues, while important to us, should be relatively easy to accommodate, and in no way do we want to stand in the way of providing affordable housing in the city. I'd also like to take issue with the impression created in the public engagement section of the report submitted today that community consultation has taken place. Yes, we have been spoken to, but not spoken with. Starting with outreach to Create TO dating back almost a year, we have not had an opportunity for conversation with anyone at the city or the developer until last week. There was no pre-application consultation. We were simply presented with a fully baked design at the start of November and then addressed in a controlled virtual community consultation session in early December with no opportunity for dialogue. Since then, despite numerous outreach attempts to the city planning department and the developer, nothing. The process has been deeply flawed and quite frankly, high-handed. The city, Create TO, and other leaders that are part of this process, they need to do better. Submissions and monologues are not consultation. Real consultation and engagement requires a conversation, which until last week, when Councillor Matlow, in response to this lack of consultation, convened a working group, there's been none. We live right next door. We understand the community and the neighborhood and have simply been asking for a chance to be heard. We bring to this committee the lived experience of the special streets and sensitive neighborhood, which currently meets the needs of a diverse group of residents. When we first heard of the deal between Create TO and Collective Marquee, we applauded the creativity and innovative nature of the deal, and in fact, we still do. But the design before us today, driven by an unexplained increase in density from that approved by City Council in June, has yielded a building out of place and scale to everything else on the Beltline, framing the Mount Pleasant Cemetery and the south side of Merton. The building looms over these two beloved midtown spaces and stands out like a sore thumb. The planning report ignores the city's own planning guidelines for the Merton Street neighborhood, notwithstanding what you read in the report. But we are here to be constructive and creative in dealing with the things that we can change at this late stage of the game. And these issues were all raised during our submission in early December, but there's been no feedback from the developer or any opportunity to roll up our sleeves and work through them until the working group last week. So onto our issues. And I'm going to be brief and just summarize them very quickly. And I ask you to please look at the written submission as there's significantly more detail on the specific asks for each of these issues. Number one, the driveway location and the pickup and drop-off design. We contracted with professional traffic engineers at WSP to review the transportation impact study. They identified two areas of major concern without taking any account of the location of our driveway located to the safety issues posed by the new driveway and the design of the pickup and drop-off spots in the new building. And we respectfully request that approval of the application be conditional on a resolution of these two issues. Two, hydrological and geotechnical and environmental reviews. We respectfully request that approval of the application be conditional on completion of our reviews given the unstable nature of the hydrological and underground rivers in our area until we have had a chance to discuss that with the developer and get our peer reviews back. Retail space. The city planners have classified the building as mixed use, but given that the retail space is sized at 132 square meters of total 32,000 meters, it represents 0.5% of the building. This is minute and will not support any meaningful retail. With the squeezing out of other grocery and convenience store options in the area, there's a critical need for a small mini-mart. There are two additional items that we've requested to be discussed.
David, you're at your time there?
Thank you.
David, I'm just going to ask you a question. So I heard you on the point about pre-submission consultations being absent here. The City of Toronto did actually establish in our procedures a requirement for pre-application, but the province of Ontario actually made it illegal for us to require that. Can I ask you, would you be willing to take up or contact the provincial Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing and ask that the City of Toronto be allowed to require pre-application consultations?
I would consult with my partners at CEDRA so that there'd be a little bit more heft behind it, but, you know, sure, if you can point us in the right direction.
I'd be happy to have a further conversation to help you understand that. I share your concern about that lack, but it really is something the province just said we're not allowed to require anymore.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Okay, any other questions for the deputant? Okay. Oh, yeah, Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I'm just curious what made you feel like you were finally consulted when you sat down with Councillor Matlow that was absent from the consultation before?
Well, there wasn't any consultation before. When I think of the word consultation, I'm thinking of engagement, an understanding of your opinion, some kind of a two-way communication. What we had was a monologue, one-way communication in both directions, submission, response, but no real engagement or consultation or conversation, where you can sit down, roll up your sleeves, and we are a willing and engaged and positive participant here. We actually applaud this initiative on affordable housing, but to be completely sidelined like the way we were does not constitute consultation until Councillor Matlow got us all together in the same room and basically went through the issues one by one, and we can, you know, to start that conversation. That started last week, and yet the request for zoning amendments is going to council today. Well, 1 week is not in any way sufficient to have any meaningful dialogue on some of the issues that are of concern to us, all of which can be very easily resolved. These are not project-stopping issues, and we just are essentially looking for, for that proper consultation, we can get them resolved.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The next deputant I have is Emma West. Hi, Emma. Welcome. Wait a minute. Alex, I see you too.
I thought, in the interest of time, I thought we'd jump
Combine
on
in
each
just
other's
5 minutes?
5 minutes. Yeah, not asking for an extension. Just
Give that man a cookie.
Yeah, there you go.
Sorry, connection issues, but Alex.
And I just need to remind folks that the seats here are for city staff. Okay. Sorry about that. We just need a working space. Yeah. Okay, when you're ready.
I think Emma's still trying to get this,
okay.
this sorted, but if you don't mind, Chair, I'll get started. Good morning, everyone. My name's Alex Mather. I'm the Vice President of Development at Collective Marquee. We are the applicant on this file along with Creatio. I'll hand over to Emma in just a second, and we'll be brief in the interest of time, but I just wanted to say off the top that we're very excited to bring this project forward. At risk of burying the lead, as David mentioned, we're delivering 500 purpose-built rental homes here, a full 30% of which are proposed to be affordable for a term of 99 years. For those of you who don't know our company, we founded it with the express purpose of finding a way to deliver new models for affordable housing. And that's exactly what we're doing on this site. So we own an adjacent property here and approached the city, and to make a very long story short, worked with the Housing Secretariat and Creatio to come up with a model to deliver this much needed affordable housing. So I wanted to take a moment to thank our project partners. We've worked very collaboratively with with this various city review departments, especially community planning under the leadership of Warren Tamir and Carl Geiger, and through the priority development review stream with Dennis Brom and Rosanna Trudeau and his team, and also with the CREATE team under Michael Norton and Vic Gupta's leadership. CREATE's been a really excellent partner here for us. They've moved at the speed befitting the state of the housing crisis, in our opinion, and that's been really critical to get this project to the point where it's at today. I think without putting words in CREATE's mouths, they chose to partner with us because we bring an urgency to the task of delivering affordable housing, and both the city and CREATE have been holding up their end of the bargain to help us deliver as quickly as possible. We're also looking forward, as David mentioned, to continuing our collaboration with the neighboring residents. We had a very productive meeting with them last week, as David mentioned, running through the items that are still very much in the wheelhouse of the type of work that you can do through the site plan application process as we progress the design as a part of the SPA process. So we're looking forward to continuing that process. We're meeting with them next week to continue that with some of our consultants and work through those issues. So with that, I'll hand over to Emma.
Thanks, Alex. I'm Emma West. I'm a partner and planner at Bousfields, working with the applicant team. I'm going to flip ahead here in the interest of time. And so, as you heard, the proposal is for 148 affordable units, a total of 494 market and affordable units as purpose-built rental. There's going to be a new mid-block connection connecting the street to the Beltline, and it's also going to be TGS Tier 2. One of the things that I do want to emphasize, and this is outlined in staff's report, is that the proposal is consistent with the provincial planning statement, and it conforms to the official plan and the secondary plan. And that includes matters such as built form impacts, public realm, housing policies, and importantly in the secondary plan, the height permission of up to 40 stories. As a part of the proposal, we have obviously considered all of the requirements through the city process and those policies that apply. We also looked at the guidelines and have had appropriate regard for all of the guidelines, including the tall building guidelines. A key point to touch on as well is the timeline. So there's been a considerable amount of work. You can see on the left side, this all started back in February, and here we are almost a year from that point in time. As was mentioned, there was a pre-application consultation meeting with city staff in July. The application was submitted in October. There was a city-led community meeting in December, and also smaller stakeholder meetings back in November. There was a meeting with 253 Merton, and there was actually outreach to the building to the east to be invited. That all happened through the councillor's office and CREATE TO, but that's my understanding that the outreach was back in November. I'll just touch briefly on the proposal. The proposal has had consideration for the separation from the neighboring buildings. You can see on the slides, and this is in the deck, how much separation there is, and that meets city requirements. This gives you a sense of the proposal. And finally, we want to say thank you to staff and also say we support the recommendations and to move forward with the approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Right on 5 minutes. Are there any questions of the deputants? No, thank you so much for combining your time. More room for the conversation we need to have. The next deputant I have listed is Mark Richardson. I don't see Mark in the room. Is Mark online? No? Oh, well. So I guess that completes the deputations. Are there any questions? Oh, Mark is online now? Mark, can you hear me? There you are. Oh my God, it's a deputation from the car.
It's not moving. I'm not doing a Peruta. The car is not moving.
Okay, Mark, you got 5 minutes.
Thank you. I will take 2. This is an excellent project. It's a great use.
Mark, we just lost your...
Can you hear me okay?
Now we can, yeah.
Okay. I will take 2 minutes. This is an excellent project in a transit-served area. Councillor Matlow is well aware. We've been very involved in the other Create TO site just down the block at 140 Merton, all the way back since it was first announced in December of 2018. And then that site still hasn't broken ground, partly of city policies to that site that really don't make sense given the current housing crisis. So this is a great partnership, 40 stories, 494 rental units, 99-year lease, 346 market rental, 148 affordable rental, only 22 parking spaces. Hallelujah. Great building, reasonable floor plate. They've gone past the 750 square meters. This is what we should be doing with city land. We should be encouraging these kinds of projects, even though they use a little bit of city land for the purpose-built rental incentive program. If you get some more money from the federal government or the province to expand that program, this is a site you should be landing some of those dollars on. And it's a great project. I think it took less than 2 minutes. Please just go as fast as you can on projects like this and line up a bunch more, including the site like Richview Terrace and Councillor Holliday's ward. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant? Nope, seeing none. Mark, you can disconnect and drive to your destination now.
I shall do. Thank you. Have a good day, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, that completes the deputations. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, why do we keep hearing this same comment that these consultations are one-way dialogues, people don't feel consulted? And I mean, it's easy to dismiss people as NIMBYs, but that's not the sense that I get. I get that there are local issues that need to be resolved, that they would actually be resolved if there was a genuine two-way conversation, which I see absent in a lot of these proposals.
If I could, I'm just going to jump in. We have had items at this committee about the planning process generally, and you know, everyone in the city, including all members of council, share your frustration. But I'm going to be rigid here and say that if you have questions specific to this item,
Well, we can make it specific to this item.
okay,
Sure.
go ahead.
Hi, Councillor. Good morning.
Aye.
I'll ask my team, my planning team, to give you some details on the consultation that was undertaken. We believe that it was a robust process. The timelines that were shown on the slide shows that there were at least 3 instances where staff did communicate directly with the community. But I will turn it over to Dennis Braun on my team to give you some more details in terms of the format of those consultations.
Through the chair, and thank you, Councillor. So this application was advanced through an expedited process and at the timelines, the legislated timelines for a rezoning application. So as you know, that's approximately 90 days. And with the requirements to come to committee and to come to council, that provides a very short window to have community consultation. Within that window, we did have a public community consultation meeting with a larger audience. We also did specific outreach to the neighbors to each side of the development. And for 253 Merton, which is one of the—
Sorry, when you say outreach, what do you mean?
Through the chair, contacting the condo buildings to offer a specific and tailored meeting to those 2 adjacent neighbors. With one of those, we did manage to set up a meeting, and so in addition to the community consultation open to the larger public, we had a specific meeting with a smaller group, 253 Merton. So that's the, and then following that, through the councillor's office, as mentioned, a additional meetings are now beginning to take place and took place last week to have additional two-way dialogue between the developer, the neighbors, a close set of neighbors, and with city staff's involvement as well. So through the chair, that was our effort and attempt to provide community consultation within the constraints of the legislative timelines and advancing the development. There was a second item raised, which was consultation before an application is submitted. I'll defer to the chair's response on that.
Okay. I guess we'll just then, keeping with this one, is it possible that because of the expedited timeframe that there wasn't the level of consultation that would normally be involved with a process, with a development like this?
Through the chair, we have, so I think there are two parts. So we held a community consultation meeting similar to community consultation meetings held for developments in general. One difference, though, is that with shortened timelines throughout, there's a limited amount of time to respond to comments that are made through those consultations. And so the developer may respond to them and make revisions where they can. And then it's staff's responsibility to consider those comments, to consider the planning framework, and to consider the proposal in front of them and make a decision on whether or not the proposal is supported by staff or not. In this case, staff support the proposal.
Right, but I guess, was there an opportunity in those 90 days to have more of an ongoing dialogue? I guess that's my question. Because I see this issue, and I know I'm not supposed to talk about it, I see this issue coming up frequently, and I think this is something that constantly trips the city up, is that communities don't feel properly consulted, and they fight these things tooth and nail, and a lot of the issues are quite easily solvable.
Through the chair, I believe staff did our best in this process to get input that we could. I'm glad that we're going to continue with the councillor support to meet with the neighbors and improve the development as the design is further refined. I think that's probably the response.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to move the staff recommendations. Excuse me. Unfortunately, Councillor Matlow isn't here today, so I can't work through with him what his hopes are for conversation going forward. I know that some of the issues that were identified are ones, like the driveway design and so on are things that can be managed during site plan. And I know that the councillor and the planning department are, eager to continue talking to folks about that stuff. I can't give you a disposition of how it's going to land because I don't have Councillor Matlow here to talk to. I share the frustration. Everyone, the planning department, the public, members of council, we're all very, very frustrated with this provincial 90-day rule for consultations or for application. If you start the clock from the day the planners say, okay, you've got all your documents in, and then you account for things like the Christmas break and finding an evening where the planner and the councillor and the community are free, putting out a notice, then bringing a report to committee and then getting it on to council, you've got a window of just really a couple weeks left. And it's just one example of how the province of Ontario is taking democracy out of land use planning right across the province. It's incredibly frustrating, but it isn't something that our professional planning staff can fix. They're handcuffed by provincial law. So be mad at Doug Ford, not at us, I guess is the summary. Okay, so on the item, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Next. We have PH 18.2, City-Initiated Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendments to support the Renew Golden Mile Municipal Class Environmental Assessment Decision Report for approval. We have deputants on this item, and I've got too many pieces of paper going at the same time. Where did my deputy list go? Oh, there it is. The deputant we have listed is Ian Andre. Hi, Ian. Welcome. So you got 5 minutes. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name's Ian Andres. I'm with Goodman's LLP. I'm legal counsel to BRL Realty Limited, which is the owner of 1474 Victoria Park Avenue. This is a prime redevelopment site with an area of over 25,000 square feet. It's at the southwest corner of Victoria Park and O'Connor, across the street from Eglinton Square. It's less than 200 meters from the new O'Connor LRT station on the crosstown line. It's essentially a vacant site with just a small rental car operating building. I'm here to speak to PH 18.2 regarding the city-initiated official plan amendment 788, which flows out of the Renew Golden Mile environmental assessment. And I submitted a letter yesterday outlining my client's comments and concerns, which I hope you'll have a chance to read. Flowing out of the reconfiguration of O'Connor in the EA, the proposed OPA would add a new policy that directly affects my client's lands and several other properties in the immediate vicinity. It's proposed to be inserted into the existing Site and Area Specific Policy 400, SASP 400, which was adopted over 12 years ago following the O'Connor Drive Avenue study, and along with the associated urban design guidelines. And this existing SASP contemplates mid-rise development only, which may have been reasonable at the time, back in 2012, but that predates the Eglinton Crosstown LRT being built and the associated protected major transit station area, which the city has adopted. I realize the province has not yet approved, but transit planning and the need for housing has enhanced significantly since then. So the existing SASP contemplates mid-rise development only on these lands. It was passed before the Golden Mile study was initiated by the city, which, as you know, has transformed the planning framework for this area and has resulted in the approval of several tall buildings east of Victoria Park. So BRL, my client's concerns, first arose during that Golden Mile process because although its lands and those lands on the west side of Victoria Park were included in the Golden Mile plan, there was no effort to actually update the planning framework for those lands. Instead, it simply referred back to the 2012 SASP and the outdated O'Connor policies. But it's our view that given the proximity of these lands to the LRT and the obvious development potential, the Golden Mile plan should have refreshed the policy framework, especially since it's premised on the reconfiguration of O'Connor, which has now been recommended through the EA. So in the Golden Mile plan, despite my client's lands no longer having frontage on O'Connor, that plan proposes to keep the same policies that presume that O'Connor stays where it is today, which is obviously not the intent. So we don't think that makes any sense, and that's why we appealed the Golden Mile secondary plan. And although large parts of that appeal from other appellants have been resolved, BRL's appeal does remain outstanding, along with others west of Victoria Park. So if we fast forward now to 2025 and the existing item, we have a nearly completed EA. We have a new proposed official plan amendment 788, which unfortunately repeats the same deficiency as the Golden Mile plan did a few years ago by neglecting to update the policy framework for the lands west of Victoria Park, save and except for one improbable scenario, which I want to address today. Staff are recommending that a new policy C be added to the existing SASP 400 through OPA 788, but this new policy C would only become operational if the ownership of 8 separate properties is consolidated. The policy says that expressly on its face. And these 8 properties currently have a variety of different commercial uses on the ground today. They have owners with diverging objectives and interests, and the lands are not even all contiguous. Some are on the north side of O'Connor, some are on the south side of O'Connor. In an ideal world, they would be assembled into a single large development site and proceed together, but neither the city nor any of the individual owners can force that to happen. It depends on the will of each owner, and that's regardless of whatever is written into OP policy. And in this instance, the owner of the lands immediately adjacent to my client's lands have actually advised on several occasions that they have no interest in selling or developing their lands, which would frustrate this policy out of the gates. Now, the policy also states in subclause E that tall buildings are appropriate in this location on the west side of Victoria Park across the street from the Eglinton Square redevelopment. So that part of the policy is supportive and welcome. But the policy would only allow for these tall buildings to come to fruition, this additional optimization and intensification to come to fruition if the lands are consolidated. And if even one of these 8 lots cannot be assembled into a consolidation, the policy would not apply. And that means each of the owners would be stuck with the existing outdated O'Connor policies, which only allow for mid-rise buildings. And with respect, we believe this is inappropriate, impractical, and frankly bad planning. The owners must each be allowed to proceed with development on their own timetable, regardless of whether or not a consolidation opportunity presents itself. My client has development sites all over the city and has lots of experience with the planning process, and there's no reason why its prime development site here, just 200 meters from O'Connor Station, should be stuck with substandard policies unless all of the neighboring owners decide to cooperate. To be clear, we're not disputing that a block context plan is an appropriate item to be submitted with the rezoning application. That makes eminently good sense. But the policy framework must allow that to happen whether or not the lots are consolidated. My client should be entitled to submit a rezoning application with the block context plan showing how the broader lands would be developed or could be developed, making sure that the O'Connor reconfiguration is not frustrated through that plan and allowing to proceed on its own. This OPA cannot be about protecting for those lands because the lands needed for the road alignment don't even cross my client's lands, let alone abut them. So there's nothing to protect. And my client could, in theory, obtain a building permit tomorrow for a 3-story building that's permitted in the zoning today, but that's obviously under development. And what it should happen instead is it should have the ability to go through a rezoning application for its own lands, assuming that a broader site assembly cannot happen, and that application should be tested on its own merits. So I'll wrap up to say that there's still an opportunity to fix this before it ends up at the OLT. We'd ask that you, with respect, send this back to staff for further discussion and consultation. Incentives to assembly are welcome.
Afraid you're at time there?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Are there any questions for the deputant? No, thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's the only deputant I have listed on this item. Are there any questions of staff? No, seeing none, I'm going to move the staff recommendations. All those in favor? At least one hand. Ah, there we go, Councillor Myers. Opposed? That carries. All right. Item PH 18.3, recommended parking requirements for new development, accessible, bicycle, and visitor. We have a few deputants listed on this item. First is Linda Brett. Linda? Welcome, Linda.
Thank you. If you could give me a couple minutes to get set up here. I mean, a couple minutes, a couple seconds. And if I can have the overhead?
If you just put it on, Linda,
Okay.
face up. There you go. Okay? Is that good?
Whoops, sorry.
All right. Go ahead.
I only have it there for your reference. Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Linda Brett, and I am the president of the Bloor Street East Neighborhood Association. I'm here to address the visitor parking portion of this report. Our letter submitted provides further details of our footprint and more details on our request to formalize a process and a reporting back to you rather than continued monitoring of visitor parking. Timeframes for reporting back to be determined by you. Why? Once a building is constructed, it is almost impossible to easily modify. We believe the city has enough inventory of completed projects with significantly reduced visitor parking to survey. Vina has discussed the infrastructure shortfalls of 7 of our buildings to assist us in providing feedback on proposed developments. This included how we use guest parking or lack thereof to accommodate the activities of our condos and the residents that live in them. We have participated in many working groups for specific developments and advocated for, mostly without success, visitor parking to more adequately address the needs we have identified. This leads us to request a review to match the time frame of the official plan and the life cycle of a typical building. The official plan to inform you of the growth patterns that would inform you of the ability to rely on outside parking supply rather than the public realm, sidewalks, and roadways. We have suggested some areas of review to which some have been identified in this report. First is to determine the need levels that the building demands for service vehicles. What is the optimum level of support? We provided in a previous submission an annual planner of my own condominium of what servicing requirements are. I have also brought with me our 30-year plan that requires servicing of our building and vehicles as well. Then we have aging, in place, or disabled. To what level should this be supported, and what is included in that support? Our medical needs are more being outsourced to our homes and with various supports provided. As an example, my husband was sent home for palliative care with the support of a daily nurse, doctor, occupational therapist, and support workers. Some of these relied on parking, and sometimes both at the same time. Social isolation, need for affordable parking for long-distance guests. Newer buildings have a guest room as an amenity, for example. In a working group in St. Jamestown, access to affordable parking was identified as a barrier to their access to friends and relatives. Impact of the reduction of surrounding parking facilities. The parking inventory in a typical parking supply review provided by the developer often includes development sites in various stages. In this case, in the case of parking authority sites, council is now targeting some for total or partial conversion to needed housing based on current, not future use. What happens when the parking identified to justify reduced visitor parking is removed? Where does that parking go? We believe looking at the growth plan and availability of relied upon parking inventory should be considered, looking at the long term, not the current inventory. Finally, there's the impact of Bill 212, reducing gridlock, saving you time. Will this reduce active transportation modes? Thank you for this consideration, and since I have about a minute left, I wish to express that this is a daunting job. I'm saying it's a daunting job because there are very few other jurisdictions, when they're reviewing these types of things, have a tribunal overseeing everything they do. What you're trying to do is make a prescriptive citywide, which really requires site-by-site analysis. But because we have a tribunal, we can't go and say what's reasonable in the circumstances. I worked for Revenue Canada in the Appeals Division. I gotta tell you, I could not refer a file to the Justice Department to go to court on reasonable in the circumstances. It was simply not allowed. Yet our planning department have to do that on a daily basis. So my sympathies to all of you in the planning department. Thank you.
Perhaps we should all just pause and take a moment and feel our sympathy for the planning department. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Nope, seeing none. Thank you so much for that deputation. Next, I have Hank Murray. Hank? Welcome, Hank. Come on up.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. I'm very grateful to be here, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak on PH 18.3 regarding the proposed updates to zoning bylaw 569/2013 for accessible bicycle and visitor parking standards. I know that we're short on time, so I want to focus on one critical area, which is visitor parking standards. Visitor parking supply, as we know, has significantly declined in recent years. Visitor parking is essential for family gatherings, caregiving, and social events, plays a vital role in building operations, supporting maintenance and service functions. And without adequate visitor parking, we are risking forcing vehicles into surrounding streets, adding strain to neighborhoods already grappling with limited on-street parking. So I'm grateful for the proposed updates. And I'm also grateful for the intent cited within them to enhance monitoring. My suggestions are utilization studies, neighborhood-specific analysis, annual reporting, community feedback, and technology and data sharing. Wanted to essentially just give a few suggestions, as I know there was a intention cited for enhanced monitoring, and wanted to propose a few of those things. By confronting visitor parking standards with the proposed enhanced monitoring, I know that the city can address a critical gap that impacts both residents and neighborhoods. This adjustment is practical and ensures that the modernization of parking policies is equitable and responsive to the real needs of Toronto's communities. So thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Hank. Are there any questions? Nope. Thanks so much. Have a great day. Next, I have Michael Longfield. I understand, is Michael online? Michael, I understand you're connected to the meeting. Could you make sure you're unmuted? And
Yep, sorry, getting this ready. Hi there.
great, you know the gig, you got 5 minutes.
I sure do. Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, everyone. My name is Michael Longfield. I am the Executive Director of Cycle Toronto. We're a member-supported charity that's been working to make Toronto a healthier and more vibrant cycling city since 2008. I'm currently doing this virtually because, unfortunately, I was doored riding my bike in December and fractured my femur. So know, unfortunately, firsthand the real dangers that folks face trying to commute by bike in our city. You know, I think there's a lot to really commend in the bicycle parking bylaw suggestions, and especially the improved guidelines for designs. You know, these bylaws are sort of well overdue in terms of an update, and, you know, do want to commend staff on the work they've put into it. You know, I think from our perspective and what we've heard from, you know, supporters and folks talking to us, is there's just still a lot of concern that at the end of the day, you know, Toronto's approach to bike parking bylaws is to prioritize defining objective dimensions and sizes of boxes that are presumably easy for the city to enforce, but ultimately fail to define very clear criteria for what makes bike parking convenient and secure for the end user, and then consequently good value for developers and landlords. You know, it's heavily focused on dimensions without necessarily making it clear how to provide adequate bicycle parking. And I think what's, you know, maybe frustrating is a lot of this information does actually exist in the supplementary document, the guidelines for design and management of bicycle parking. But, you know, these aren't part of the bylaws, and so therefore there's no requirement for developers or anyone to follow these guidelines. And I think what we see in Toronto now is, you know, frankly, a lot of space that's devoted in, you know, buildings new and old to provide bike parking, but ultimately it's not very well used by people. And I'm concerned, and I think we hear a lot of concerns from our supporters, that these updates won't really resolve those issues. And so, you know, I think, you know, at this point, you know, based on kind of what's in the report here, like our recommendation is to really kind of take this report back, do a little bit more feedback with stakeholders, you know, have a little bit more feedback with councillors' offices as well, and to really help define a little bit better, you know, based on the restrictions that are there, based on what's required by the provincial government, to kind of help redefine what can be in here, so that we're ultimately making something, again, that'll be well used by the end user, and, you know, good value for developers that are, you know, being required to provide a lot of bike parking. And I think all of us want to make sure that space is being well used, that residents feel their parking is safe and secure, and that ultimately we're helping provide people with more transportation options to help keep our city moving overall. Again, you know, I think the guidelines themselves provide a lot of really good ideas. And if there could just be a little bit more time and space to reconsider how some of those guidelines could be incorporated into the bylaws themselves, I think that would be a lot better. You know, right now, the state of bike parking is frankly so mediocre in Toronto with a lot of these facilities that I think taking the extra time to re-review and help make it better will just make it better in the long term for everyone. Yeah, so thank you so much for taking the time to hear our deputation, and obviously if there are any questions, happy to answer them.
Thanks, Michael. It's Gord. I have a question. I just got correspondence from your organization yesterday about this problem, and I've been trying to dig into it with staff.
Yep.
There are a lot of things we need to do to move forward on now, and frankly, I'm reluctant to slow the whole thing down. Would you have some time in the next week or two to have a chat about anything we could do before it gets to council? On the understanding
sure.
that we do need to move something forward, okay?
Yeah, definitely. That would be very welcome, Councillor. Yeah.
Okay, we'll set that up. Are there any other questions for the deputant? No, seeing none. The next deputant we have is Annette Gasher. Annette? No? Moshe Rabinovitz? Moshe, I understand you're connected through the internet. Can you make sure you're unmuted?
Hi there.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, how are you?
Very good, thank you. So you have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Okay, so I'm happy I'm coming after Michael Longfield because a lot of what he addressed is what we see on the other side. So I think Michael has a perspective from the cyclist, and being that we manufacture and sell bike racks, we see a lot of the same issues, just from a different point of view, from the developer side, from those that are purchasing and providing the bike parking to the city. And just to reiterate what Mike was saying, was that the bylaws are written very similar to how vehicle parking bylaws are written, where it's very focused on the space on the ground that is required to provide a bicycle. But that has unintended consequences, because what happens is if we're focused on the space on the ground, it doesn't provide and it doesn't give way for more innovative bike parking solutions to be provided to the city. So for example, there's a concept it's based off of the automated vehicle parking system. And it's basically a concept where you place your bike onto a little pallet, and the bike gets taken away automatically and gets placed in a very safe and secure silo. And these products are available in London, in Tokyo, in Vancouver, in Los Angeles. But with the current bylaws, the way they're written, it would not allow for such a solution. And these solutions are significantly better when it comes to security, when it comes to safety. So I'm just concerned, just seeing how the bylaws are written, and having experience with the city in the past where we tried to introduce more innovative solutions that are ultimately there to benefit the end user, how these new proposed bylaws might stifle that. And I have a demonstration, if you don't mind, I could quickly show you just so you can see the contrast. But really, just to reiterate what Michael was saying, but just from a different point of view, I feel that if we just take a little bit of time just to look at how they're written, and you can make very minor tweaks, like 1 millimeter shift tweaks on the wording of the bylaw, that will make that will make all the difference. And that's what I was hoping to bring to council today, to the meeting today, to the committee today. So if it's okay, I'll just share my screen and
have we given sharing permission? Just one sec. We're just going to give you sharing permission.
Thank you.
We've granted you permission. You should be able to share now.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm just being asked to change a setting on my computer, so I'm just going to do that quickly. Okay, I'm going to have to quit and reopen. I apologize. Is that okay?
I'm really sorry. I have dozens of people waiting to speak to the committee today. If you can't get it done within your time, you can send it to the clerk, who will circulate it to members of council. That's the best I can offer for you now.
Okay, so I guess it's best just to leave it for now, and I'll circulate it later.
Yeah.
But I guess just, you know, overall, we see how cities, like we've done work in Vancouver, in London, Los Angeles, New York, Miami, and pretty much most municipalities want the same thing. They want adequate space for the cyclist to park their bicycle. The real difference is that the way the city of Toronto looks at it is they look at it based off of the space on the ground, but there's so many better solutions out there, and those solutions don't necessarily work the same way as a vehicle parking space. They move, they go up, they go down, but the ultimate end user experience is a lot better than what we have now. You know, whether it's a horizontal, a vertical, a stacked, and if we can make like a few shifts, a few different changes to the wording of the bylaw, it would allow for that to happen. And over the years, as bike parking innovates and better solutions come to the market, the cyclists would really benefit. And you know, the big issue right now is theft. There's so many solutions out there right now that ultimately prevent theft from happening altogether, but those solutions wouldn't be allowed in Toronto based on the current bylaws.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? No? Moshe, thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
The next deputy I have listed is Kathy McDonald. I thought I saw Kathy. Oh, there you are. Hi, Kathy. Good morning.
Yes, thank you.
Kathy, can I ask that you pull the microphone a little closer to you to make sure that the people on YouTube can hear you? Great.
Is that better? Yes, okay. Chair Perks and members of the committee, I'm speaking on this item on behalf of FONTRA, and we want to focus on the visitor parking requirements for bicycles. Or not for bicycles, but for, I'm getting confused. Visitor parking requirements, because they're really important for meeting a range of needs from family visitors, service requirements, caregivers, building upkeep. Reduced residential parking requirements give less flexibility in the use of spaces available. And some residential buildings are being built without any parking. A nearby street and garage parking may not be options. And the report is stating that staff is going to further monitor the program to fully consider the supply and demand for visitor parking. And we really support that and understand the need for time to do that, but we are recommending that staff report back in an appropriate time frame to better address the requirements for visitor parking. And that residents of affected buildings be consulted in the development of these recommendations. Those are my comments for today.
Thank you, Kathy. Are there any questions for Kathy? No, seeing none. Thank you very much. That completes the deputants for this item. Pardon me? Yeah. Are there any questions of staff? No? Okay. To speak? All right, I'm going to speak. I have a motion. Essentially what this does is request the chief planner to do some work over the course of this year to identify areas where it's a common problem that there's a shortage of visitor parking, and to draft minimum visitor parking standards for new developments in those areas. to do consultation on that and report back to us by the end of the year. Additionally, there's a direction to review this along with the transportation impact study guidelines for pickup and drop-off, to look at, and also requesting them to look at some tools about notifying people moving into developments prior to purchasing about any risk of there being inadequate parking in the area. Members, you may remember a few months ago, Councillors Carroll and Cheng had a member motion pointing out that in some portions of the city, because we have very differential rules for on-street parking, it's just impossible to go and visit somebody because there's nowhere to, if you can't get parking inside the building, there's no on-street available in any reasonable distance. And that was one of the reasons that this report is in front of us. Those couple of areas, say some areas around Yonge and Shepherd or some areas in Councillor Carroll's ward, deserve a little bit more attention than is given in this citywide bylaw. So this direction gets staff to do a little bit more detailed work in some of those areas where there's just a complete parking desert. Not that a parking desert is necessarily a bad thing, but people should be able to visit. So with that amendment, are there any other speakers? Any questions of the mover? No? Seeing none, why don't we take it all together as a package? All those in favor, opposed if any, that carries. That takes us to PH 18.4, expanding housing options in neighborhoods, Ward 23 multiplex study. Councillor Myers, you held it. Do you have questions to staff?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Through you, Chair. I guess my first question is, we heard concerns over parking quite a bit. Can you just explain what the parking rules will be with respect to any multiplexes that are built or proposed to be built?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, through this OPA and ZBA, the intent is to maintain the current parking regulations that apply to a fourplex. As such, there are no parking minimums or parking maximums as they relate to multiplexes.
So just to be clear, as part of any multiplex development application, parking is part of the package. Parking could be built on site, just like any other housing.
Correct. Parking can be built.
Thank you. And can you also state that, is it true that nothing will be noticeably different from a sixplex than a fourplex, which are currently already allowed?
Correct. The intent of the OPA and ZBA is to essentially allow 2 additional units in the same build form. So the permissions that exist for a fourplex right now with respect to height, setbacks, landscaping, those provisions will be maintained for a sixplex as well.
Thank you. And how long was the work on the multiplex going on before it was actually passed by council back in 2023? Roughly.
Through the speaker, roughly it was a 2-year study. It was a long work program as part of the expanding housing options in neighborhoods.
Thank you. And there were consultations in Scarborough regarding the multiplex proposal back when it was just for the fourplexes, correct?
There were consultations across the entire city, and both locally and citywide.
How many consultations were in Scarborough, if you remember?
Through the chair, I'm sorry, I don't remember exactly.
But there was at least one in person?
Yes.
Okay. And there was there one online?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you just quickly describe what impacts what this could have on infrastructure? That was a concern that I've heard from some community members.
Mr. Chair, I think the scale of this development, multiplex development and sixplex, is one that we've discussed extensively with our partners in Toronto Water to ensure that the scale of development isn't something that gives us concern, that we should not allow this as of right. Of course, we have an extensive infrastructure network across the city. There's always a need to be monitoring that to ensure that it's continuing to deliver the capacity for the development that is approved as of right through zoning. The small scale of this development is not one that we need to be concerned around solving that in a global way.
Thank you. And can you just describe, so part of the reason for this pilot was that it would give more of these smaller developments access to CMHC financing, and also that they would be exempt from development charges if these buildings were done by a not-for-profit developer. Can you just give a bit of feedback as to why financing is important for these types of affordable housing projects to go ahead?
Through the chair, as identified in the report, the financing question globally is still requiring a little bit of analysis and input. But any little bit helps, I think, is the overall understanding. And the not-for-profit sector does have additional supports available through both legislation and city programs.
Thank you. And
Chair, could I just add a couple of points there regarding nonprofits? So because the provincial government changed the regulations regarding DCs, nonprofits should automatically qualify for DC relief, which will be very helpful. And then in addition, in June of last year, the Housing Secretariat made changes to our rental housing supply program to enable projects with less than 10 units to qualify for all the fees and waivers, et cetera, which will also help projects of this type. Thanks.
thank you very much. And final question, could you just give a quick explanation of how this project actually helped with the city's Housing Accelerator Fund application, which provided about $471 million to the City of Toronto to build just under 12,000 affordable housing units across the city without putting that on the property tax base?
Through the chair, one of the work program items that council asked us to undertake as part of the Housing Accelerator Fund, our response to the Housing Accelerator Fund, was to look at permissions for small apartment buildings with 6 units across the city. And so this is our first step to expand our multiplex permissions to 6 units. It's a significant step. Each ward in the City of Toronto is an entire electoral riding, much larger than some municipalities across the city. So, with this property, we're looking at a ward with a population of around 90,000 people and at least 16,000 residential properties that would gain permissions that don't have those permissions right now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff?
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question, please?
Members, is it okay if we vary the procedure to allow an outside councillor to ask questions? Yes? Okay. And by the way, Councillor Holiday, congratulations on achieving your lifetime goal of being able to participate in council from your car.
I do apologize for the setting. Like an electron, I'm trying to be in 2 places at once. But I'll keep my questions brief. Do I understand the scope of the circumstances in Ward 23 is that there was about 117 multiplex applications?
Through the chair, that number is not correct. I'm not quite sure what the 117 number refers to.
I'm sorry, I'm going by memory from the report. So I'll ask it differently. How many multiplex applications were there in Ward 23 under this pilot project?
3.
How many of those were 4plexes?
Through the chair, our staff are just pulling up that number.
So, Mr. Chair, I can move on to other questions if it's okay with you, or if the staff would like a moment to gather that number.
Oh, hang on. I think we've got something for you.
Apologies. Through the chair, for Scarborough, there has been 54 building permit applications.
And that's for all of Scarborough?
Yes.
Okay.
Scarborough District.
How many 4plexes in Ward 23?
There were none in Ward 23.
So from a pilot project with no fourplexes, this report proposes to expand permissions to 5 and 6 for the entire ward. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell me and the listeners what the outlook is for the balance of the city, given that this now advances permissions on multiplexes from 4 to 6 in one specific geographic area? What does that mean for the rest of the city?
Mr. Chair, I think to answer that question, I would first observe that we've been asked to do monitoring of our multiplex bylaw. That monitoring will come forward this coming year. And at this point, we've had a few hundred applications for multiplex dwellings across the entire city. The ask that we've had in response to the Housing Accelerator Fund is to look at 6-unit permissions across the entire city. So it's, as you can imagine, it's very difficult to predict the amount and the rate of uptake of new zoning permissions in our residential zones when we bring those forward. That's why we do monitoring. But I think the expectation is that we will be bringing forward a proposal along with appropriate development standards to City Council for how to permit 6-unit buildings in all wards of Toronto.
So I want to parse that out a little bit further. Absent the obvious, which would be council direction or an implication to look at 6 units in a building, who is asking for this and what is the connection to the Housing Accelerator Fund?
The request came from the City Council. The Housing Accelerator Fund identified a number of initiatives and milestones that the city would undertake in order to trigger the flow of the financial funding or the funding through the Housing Accelerator Fund. And so these are one of the milestones that we agreed to look at in a meaningful and significant way in terms of enabling a broader range of housing opportunities across the city.
In the clearest and most blunt terms, is this the federal government telling the city that it needs to look at putting 5 and 6 units now into houses in order to access Housing Accelerator funding?
Through the chair, my only comment on that would be I think the different levels of government are working together in order to address the housing crisis. City Council has declared that there is a housing crisis in Toronto, and the Housing Accelerator Fund application is one that the city made to the federal government, proposing suggestions of ways that we could address the housing crisis in a way that would enable funding to help us deal with a wide range of housing issues.
Thank you. And the final question, the report alludes to public consultation, one being industry professionals who were of no surprise very supportive of this change. But with respect to the 100 residents that participated in consultation, could you tell me how the public opinion on this varied?
Through the chair. So through the consultation meeting process, we had over 100 stakeholders and residents attend the meeting. Through the survey process, which we had, unfortunately, there wasn't enough surveys. The amount of people that came to the meeting was far greater than what we expected, which is a positive outcome. We did 49 surveys, just under half, so I believe it was about 47% of them were in support. So it was very close to a 50-50 split, but I would emphasize that as a part of the consultation, we did have a Q&A and an open house session where staff did hear a lot of positive reinforcement and encouragement for the 5-plex and 6-plex project.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Are there any other members with questions of staff? No? Seeing none, does anyone wish to speak to the item? Okay, I'm going to speak. I have a motion on this. As you heard in answers from staff, this pilot, together with the notion of expanding the item citywide, is tied closely with an agreement we have with the federal government to make us eligible for hundreds of millions of dollars in federal funding to support affordable housing. There have been a number of councillors who've been asking questions about how all of that works. So this motion asks city staff to report directly to the council meeting where we will be considering this item to sort of lay out the full suite of milestones that we're expected to achieve under the Housing Accelerator Fund, just to put this in a clearer context for everybody. Any questions on that motion? No? Does anyone else wish to speak? No? So we'll take the motion and the item all together.
Can I have a recorded vote, please?
Okay, a recorded vote.
Thank you.
All those in favor, Councillor Myers, Councillor Perks, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Bradford. That's unanimous. Well done, Councillor Myers.
Thank you very much.
You big pilot, you. Okay. That takes us to, I think it's item 5, right? Housing Action Plan Avenues Policy Review Decision Report. I have some deputants here. Nama Blonder. Welcome.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Nama Blunder. I'm an architect and urban planner. I just wanted to, again, come here in person and say thank you for having this document in front of us today. As an architect, I want to speak to the future of this document and what you could do, and so this will actually have meaningful impact on our future. So I wanted to share 3 examples. I call it the tale of 3 mid-rise buildings in Toronto. Let's call one of them Shepherd, one of them is on St. Clair, and one of them is on Bathurst. I tried to get all 3 of them approved through Committee of Adjustment. The one on Shepherd was declined not at the committee, but by the planner. St. Clair was recently approved, actually just last week. And the one on Bathurst, at first I did not have the planner's support, and then on November 13th, you here changed the zoning, made it as of right the height of a mid-rise NFSI, and then I had the planner's support. Now, this is by all means not in any way complain about staff. I understand where they are coming from. From my perspective, as an architect who's trying to get housing done, all of those, by the way, are family-friendly, very large units. All of them are 3 bedrooms. The question is why? Why so much nuance? It should be straightforward. All of them are avenues, all of them to meet the height, in this case, to the right-of-way. And it really shouldn't be such a complex process where I can't give straightforward answers to clients. I need to say, no, I need to check the zoning, take it to the planner, see if the planner will support me, see if they will consider this minor. It makes the process something that should be approved through Committee of Adjustment really, really complicated. And when anything else, you approved major streets, that's a straightforward. I can provide an answer within a few minutes checking the things. With mid-rise buildings and avenues, that's not the case, and it should be. So one of your recommendations in the document is to make the zoning, the height and the FSI as of right. I still have variances, just so you know, like if I want to really have 3 bedrooms, oftentimes I need to have a window and I will need to ask for a side setback variance or even on the parking, but baby steps. It shouldn't be complicated. It should be as of right. And I really encourage you that if you want to see this making positive impact, the zone, and it shouldn't be a year of studies. It should be your next step. Make those avenues to accommodate as of right, height and FSI. I want to bring a few more anecdotes since I'm about halfway. So the second thing is, for example, and the image that you see here is research that we did with Ratio City, speaking to the immense potential that we have on land near immediate to transit. Your new avenue map looks very, very similar to this map, which is amazing. You actually have one street that we don't have, so it's really incredible. But for example, when you approve the Danforth study, we still don't see mid-rise on the Danforth, and that is because so many of them are identified as shallow lots. So make sure that when you approve it, make sure that it can actually, and maybe by enabling or removing other restrictions, many like old SASPs shouldn't be here. I had a SASP from 2006 that I had to work with, right? Like it's 20 years ago. And I saw that in your recommendation, redesignate neighborhoods, streets like Dufferin, Lansdowne, Christie, why are they yellow? And of course, make sure that you have all the rapid transit subway go and treat them as the gold, that opportunity that they are. I think I covered all of my points. Oh, and make sure that when you do have the appropriate opportunities for more height, you should consider that. What happens when two avenues intersect, for example, or when you are in immediate proximity to transit? That shouldn't be just a mid-rise. So I encourage you to think about those opportunities and really made it possible, not just by identifying them as an avenues, but to really make sure that there are no additional barriers to see the housing that we need. Thank you.
Do we have any questions to the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next deputant is Claudia Anderson. Sorry if I mispronounced your last name.
Nice try.
Okay. Okay, if we can just wait for a couple of minutes because we don't have quorum.
So Madam Chair, while we're in the interlude, just to make a suggestion, there's lots and lots of folks here today who have come to speak on a number of matters, including the matter that's listed as PH 18.16, 3100 Weston Road. And I'm just wondering if there's a way that the committee can find a way to hear all of the deputants first and then go back to consideration of the respective matters so that folks can have their say, let's say before the lunch hour break, and be able to have their sentiments heard. So I just make that suggestion to the committee, as opposed to, continuing in the fashion that you are, and possibly getting to item PH 18.16 much later this afternoon, and having all these people that have come from the
You'll
suburbs.
have to wait till we have quorum, and you have to wait for the chair to come back.
No,
Thank
I'm
you.
just making that suggestion
No,
to you.
I understand.
In the interlude, Madam
I
Chair.
understand. We're just waiting for quorum right now. Okay. So now that the chair is back, but we're going to continue with the deputant. So, Claudia, if you want to start.
My name is Claudia Ennis Hanslin. Hello, everybody. Thank you for doing the work you do. I'm a regular citizen of Toronto, also a frontline healthcare worker. I'd like to speak today because I have three concerns. My street is 15 feet wide. I was told the height of a building gets compared to the road it's on. So if a tiny one-way street of 4.5 meters is about 500 to 800 meters from a transit hub, will I be looking at developers swooping in to build 5 to 6 story buildings in phase 2 of this initiative? That's my first concern. Is there any room for protecting our neighborhood through the heritage program, given our 4.5 meter road width? There are many initiatives trying to increase housing in Toronto. The Garden and Laneway Suite initiative allows trees to be cut down preemptively. Fines being so low that an illegal cut is simply the cost of doing business. The recent provincial legislation to allow additional residential units under the Planning Act is increasing the maximum lot coverage and changes to angular plane requirements, and does not address specific impacts on narrows like the one I live on. Now we're speaking about facilitating development along avenues in mixed-use areas. How does this impact my tiny north-facing one-way street that ends on Danforth Avenue and is within 800 meters of 2 subway stations? My second concern is our water and sewage infrastructure. I've been reading about some projects that were started 15 years ago and are still not finished. It's important to note that water and sewer pipes are sized according to subdivision and parcel designs and predicted flows before development begins. Thus, they might not be rated for the newer higher volumes resulting from population intensification. With the additional flows, there's a higher risk of sewer surcharging resulting in environmental spill, basement flooding during heavy rainfall events, when inflow and infiltration allow stormwater into the sanitary sewers, including flows from private sump pumps, downspouts, and foundation drains connected to the sanitary sewer system. When I appeared at the Committee of Adjustment to speak up about concerns regarding wastewater management and sewage flow in our tiny street, I had to buy a map, $450, that showed the water and sewage infrastructure on our street. Cost me $450. It's an aside to the $45,000 we paid for a lawyer and a planner to speak up about the inappropriate build. I attended the public consultation about the Avenues Initiative on January 13th, and I was asked about our water and sewage infrastructure. The reply was that each project would be examined on a case-by-case basis. I'm missing transparency regarding water and sewage infrastructure as it relates to the Avenue Initiative and how it ties in to the Garden Laneway Suite and additional residential units official plan changes. And I'd like to ask the City of Toronto and Lou DiGeronimo, the General Manager of Toronto Water, whether we can have some studies done to assess whether our water and sewage infrastructure can absorb the many new towers that are being planned along our transit lines. These are in addition to the Garden and Laneway Suites and the additional residential units the province will be approving. I know that my street, we have a single combined sewage water pipe, stormwater pipe. A lot of Toronto's sewer infrastructure dates back to the 1850s. A building going up means more pressure on the water system where pipes may not be sized adequately to support new needs. This may increase the risk of inadequate water pressures and sewer backups into basements. My third concern is the interface between hospitals, the City of Toronto, and the province when planning for expanded density. The hospital I work in is in the middle of a large expansion and has newly renovated spaces. But I know from working there that bed shortages are a daily occurrence, operations get canceled or delayed because there are no beds. The crosstown development at Eglinton and Don Mills will eventually boast 14 buildings with up to 6,000 residential units. With baby boomers needing knee and hip replacement pacemakers, I'm deeply concerned about how we're planning to absorb the builds along the avenues in my area when our hospital is already struggling with surge capacity on a daily basis. I want the right and the left hand to talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputy? No, seeing none. Thank you so much. The next deputy I have listed is Evan Wheeler. Evan? No? Karen Harrison. I saw Karen. Karen, welcome.
Mr. Chair, please refer to me correctly. It's Reverend Karen Harrison, and I'm here on behalf of my faith community. And what I'm speaking to this morning will be brief. For decades here in Toronto, we have seen an Abrahamic footprint on housing and planning in this city, which has not met the cultural needs of my faith community historically. And what I'm going to talk about is interim smart density planning. We first approached the City of Toronto to build housing for the Buddhist community in the 1990s. We are not even on the map yet in terms of recognition, and I appreciate Councillor Frances Nunziata has a Vietnamese Buddhist, many in her area, and we have had horrific forms of hate attacks against our places of worship and our people in regards to their housing situation. So I am working with the Canadian Buddhist Housing Project and the beloved community of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Zen Master Thich Nhat Hanh, both who have passed on. In 1967, Zen Master Thich Nhat Hanh spoke to Canada's Parliament. It's in Hansard. And he came to Canada speaking about civil rights for Black Canadians and for Vietnamese Canadians, for Buddhists here in this country. That was in 1967. We have yet to have the City of Toronto recognize our needs in terms of housing and planning or access to funds to build housing. We currently have an interim smart density project where we have been building tiny homes for the homeless. And we have successfully built 5 so far with the Tiny Tiny Homes project. Now, we know we have a housing crisis in this city and that we have more and more people coming into Toronto. With the Tiny Tiny Homes project, we can provide Canadian-made housing, interim housing, for the people in need in this city at a cost of $143 a month. Currently, it costs in the City of Toronto to house a person in a shelter about $5,000 to $6,000, do the math. We need to have a much more than high rises in this city to deal with density and densification. And we are looking for Toronto City Council to finally look at a housing lens which is beyond the Abrahamic housing lens that they have currently been using for decades. And that would be a recognition of the multi-faith and various dimensions of culture in this city. And the rights has, from 1967, we have been asking for civil rights as Buddhists here in Canada. We know we have many, many examples of the finest of Japanese Canadian Buddhist architecture. One would be the Reference Library. And we are working with many very talented Buddhist architects, engineers, and others asking for our place. We are also working with Nietzsche. Indigenous people, First Nations people, are
I'm afraid
the
that
most
concludes your time.
displaced.
Thank you so much for your deputation today.
Thank you. I hope it has been heard and taken into consideration. We are tired of waiting.
Thank you.
Thank
Are there
you.
any questions for the deputant? No, seeing none. The next deputant I have listed is Ann Anderson. Jesus. Good morning, Ann.
Good morning, Mr. Councillor Perks. Good morning, councillors and staff. I'm president of the Residents Association for Humber Valley Village and represent about 3,500 residents We object to many of the proposed changes under review, and we request that you refer this study for further public consultation. In our view, the policy review has been rushed and poorly communicated. It is vague, at times misleading, and it lacks essential details. Consider this: the meetings were all virtual. They were poorly advertised, which makes it difficult for people to even attend. There were unreasonably short timeframes between the notice of the meeting and the meeting date. The documentations are all in English in this multicultural city. The ever-changing map 5 was unreadable in the consultation meetings, and they lacked street names. The avenues apparently are arbitrarily added or removed as you reviewed earlier versions of the map. There are no performance standards whatsoever, which imply that details will be determined after it's approved. Important details, particularly infrastructure, and we've just heard sewage and plumbing. The proposal to permit tall buildings near transit hubs, while it may have merit, and to redesignate properties for even larger developments is new. It wasn't brought forth in the earlier consultations. We would suggest these are all unacceptable and lack transparency. The HAP consultation to us has been oddly similar to the EHON study, which was referred back for further consultation at the December 18th council meeting. We request that you refer this report as well. We believe planning can and wants to do better. The changes proposed are wide-ranging and impact every resident in the city, yet few residents, also known as taxpayers, have heard about them, let alone studied their implications, which are wide-ranging. In the name of expediency, you propose to monitor after the fact by eliminating avenue studies prior to approval, making all amendments as of right, denying third-party right to appeal, all under a misguided assumptions that all avenues can equally absorb what is being proposed for development. We ask, what is the rush to ram this poorly written policy through? We would argue that the new multiplex housing bylaws offer enormous opportunities right now to increase housing throughout the city. This one-size-fits-all approach to significantly increase density with no restrictions and no exceptions and no consideration for parking and electric vehicles will result in needlessly expensive, after-the-fact changes to infrastructure, costly repairs, and probably a host of bandage solutions. Again, we would offer planning can do better. We're here today to offer 3 recommendations to at least modify the proposal to add 283 kilometers of new avenues in addition to the already created avenues. We propose in every borough to have a staged approach by identifying a limited number of avenues or stretches of avenues where higher, greater density development can be permitted. We suggest you consult with local residents to figure out the best places to start. We suggest to set timeframes and targets to track new developments. Not forever, but how about 3 years from now? Monitor and evaluate every new development project that's coming up, particularly the impacts on infrastructure, parking, water mains, traffic. And then identify best practices. Let's find out what's working well, what isn't, and apply the learnings to subsequent developments. Number 2, we oppose Royal York Road because we're from a...
Thank you very much. You've come to the end of your time.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for the deputant? No, seeing none. Thanks so much for coming and sharing your thoughts with us today. Next, I have Veronica Wynn. Hi, Veronica.
How are you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good. Well, kind of. Good.
Oh, come
busy,
on.
busy. You know we're busy.
You're very busy.
We're very busy. So actually, could I have a technician to do this? Because if I'm fussing around here, I'll waste time.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Here comes somebody now.
Okay. What I want to do is make sure that goes on the on the drink. Okay. So you can, if you want to put it in there. That's it. Good stuff. Okay. Terrific. Proceed. Good. Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, the clock can start. Okay. Good morning, and my name is Veronica Wynn. I'm the president of the Swansea Area Ratepayers Association and Group. I'm here to, first of all, we are an incorporated advocacy group for community issues. And so I'm here, first of all, I wanted to support the CORA submission, which gives very detailed and legal reasons why this policy should go back, as the former deputy said, for review, because really it is changing the face of neighbourhoods. And so what we're dealing with Swansea, because in fact, actually, if I'd known that you were I could put in a motion, I would have written it down. So maybe I'll ask for a motion at the end, because there's an error in the policy and in the map too of the for the advice on the avenues. Okay, so Swansea has a secondary plan, and the Queensway is included in this plan as neighborhood, as a neighborhood, and the plan and the secondary plan is designed as defining the neighborhood. So I'll just show you up here. This is the Swansea, as the Swansea secondary plan. Here we go. So if you notice that on the map 2, which I'll show you after this, they have the Queensway. A portion of the Queensway is inside the secondary plan. But actually, the Queensway is inside the secondary plan, which is, when I give you, I'll kind of open it up a bit here. And there you go. There's the Queensway and the actual, and that portion, and I don't know why that portion is allocated as an avenue, when actually the rest, when you see the map on the map 2 of the what do you call it, the map 2 is of the plan for avenues, showing new approved avenues is not even there. So I'm going to if you remember there, that's where we are. Here we go, and I'm going to here's the map for. Okay. This is the map for the avenue studies, and if you look here on this portion in here, this portion here is the is it doing it? Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm good. Okay. Anyway, I just push this out, and there it is. There's that little piece there. That is the Queensway in our secondary plan. Whereas the Queensway goes all around here, and it doesn't really give us, it's not part of the secondary plan. It's not part of the avenue, additional avenue. So so I would like an amendment to remove this and correct it as an error in the plans, and especially on map 2 of the avenues. Also, if we go back to, there are, just in general, a word of advice. There are, oh dear. Okay, I can't get in there. No, that's not what I wanted to do. This should be, no, it doesn't come on. Anyway, just to let you know that there are 50 secondary plans around Toronto and Scarborough and wherever. And so I would wonder that this policy and that, have you actually looked at to see whether the secondary plans might be in conflict with your map 2 involving applying avenues to different parts of the city. So I know for one,
Veronica?
I'm here for that.
You've come to the end of your time.
Okay.
I have to thank you now for your deputation.
Okay.
Okay. Are there any questions? No, seeing none. Thank you so much, and I'll be in touch about this, okay?
Will you? Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Good. Okay. The next deputant I have is Louisa Girato, or Girato.
Thank you very much for your help.
Louisa? Louisa, I understand you're online. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Louisa Gerardo, and good morning to the committee, councillors, deputants. I appreciate the opportunity to speak about this proposal because it's very concerning to me. And there are a couple of points I'd like to make and expand upon. First of all, I think there was almost no engagement. And I'm not saying no engagement, but in reality, almost no engagement whatsoever. I think engagement is always important. It's particularly important for point number 2. This is an extreme, almost all or nothing proposal. Point number 3, the proposal is far too vague, far too broad. It needs a lot more thinking in details. It's presented with too many unanswered questions and open questions. And point number 4, I think we obviously have a housing crisis. I'd say we have an affordable housing crisis. Everyone should support that in the city. What we need are intelligent, thoughtful, measured approaches. And I take the point that we don't want complexity. Got it. But it's not all or nothing. So to expand on those points, first of all, when I say almost no engagement, I say this very respectfully to the team that worked on it and to planning. I know they had the virtual meetings. I know there was a print ad in the Toronto Star on December 30th. I attended one of those meetings, and I was shocked at what I consider to be really poor attendance. Absolute numbers, really poor. My guess is that probably less than 1% of residential landowners whose land is directly adjacent to what we might rezone are even aware of this. And I don't know how they would be aware. I can't remember how I heard about this particular meeting, but when I have lived next to people who choose to redevelop their residential property and need a variance or rezoning, I am normally receiving a written notice, a direct personal written notice. They don't get that. They don't know that, and they didn't attend the meetings, and they haven't informed the process. I would say almost no engagement because I attended a meeting in spring, and what you have before you, to me, seems very similar to what we saw in the spring and doesn't incorporate the feedback that was received. Third point, way too vague. Massive broad strokes here. we don't get to the next 2, 3, 4 levels of detail that provide the clarity that developers will need, that residents will want, that council probably doesn't want to hear issues with. This is sweeping, and the concern about the sweepingness of this is that there's absolutely no mechanism to walk any of this back if we don't refer it now. Very concerning. I would recommend true engagement. Every landowner adjacent to the properties or the lands that can be rezoned should receive a written letter. There should be community in-person town halls. Not everybody is virtual. We really should have the big questions and maybe some of the small questions in this proposal answered. We need the clarity. For example, I'll give you an important takeaway from this. If we can build tall buildings, 500 to 800 meters of a transit hub, that sounds like we can build 60 stories straight across Eglinton Avenue because there are LRT hubs. Is that really what we're saying? Is that really what we're proposing? And do the residents really know that? There's just a lot of detail to work through on this. What I would love to see is not an all or nothing. I'd like to see this referred so that we absolutely increase housing supply. We do that in a way that is integrated to all the other approved policies, zonings, et cetera, that we have in play. There's a thoughtful plan. This is a fire sale. And impacted residents should absolutely know. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Louisa. Are there any questions? Nope. Seeing none, the next deputant I have is Barry Morrison. Barry, I understand you're online? Barry, can you make sure you're unmuted? There you are. You've got to unmute at your end, Barry. Try again. There you go.
Okay, there it goes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a private resident. I live in the Princess Anne Manor area, just near Eglinton and Kipling. And I am a retired planner. I think I remember some things about planning, but I'm not acting for anyone, and I don't represent anyone other than myself. I have had some neighbors talk to me, and there is considerable concern along the lines of some of the deputations you just heard. I think that the first thing I would like to make clear is that I think that given the kind of reception I think people have had in the neighborhood, is that it would be a good idea to defer or refer this matter so that some in-person contact and greater understanding of what is being proposed can be achieved. In terms of my view of it, for what it's worth, I would say that for a long time I've agreed with the statements in the official plan that a key to Toronto's strength is its neighborhoods. And I firmly believe that as someone who spends a lot of time in the United States. One of Toronto's key attributes is its neighborhoods. They're safe, they're desirable to live in, and actually they're truly wonderful, most of them. And I think that there's probably two objectives here. We hear about the objective of creating more housing, and the city's doing what it can, and the planners are doing what they can, and God bless them. But there is another objective that has to be looked at, of course, and that is the protection, reasonable protection of the neighborhood, and to ensure that it continues on so that you become a competitive city with what's south of the border and in your same geographic area. You don't have any advantages in terms of land costs, I can tell you that. I've had major industrial clients move to the United States for a whole number of reasons, and Toronto is not. It's vulnerable, and I think that the council has to recognize that. Now, I think when I look at the official plan amendment that's being proposed, I do find it to be very general. And references to higher, I don't know what that means. And I don't think anybody really does, but I can tell you what a developer will think it means. And in one very highly contested matter, close to the neighborhood, the Richview Square area, where council and Create Toronto put together a development package. It was discussed with the community for 5 or 7 years, ultimately decided that an 11-story mid-rise was appropriate. Within 24 months of getting the council approval, the developer immediately came back and asked for up to 32 stories. So it's not necessarily what the planners and what the council think something means. It's what some very smart lawyers and developers think it means, and they will push it to whatever they can. Now, in this particular case, there are issues in terms of the major transit stations. Work hasn't been done. We don't know what they're going to come up with. We don't know what high means. Nobody knows what high means. The zoning hasn't been developed. I've seen some temporary or some tentative work that suggests that a setback of 10 meters or 32.8 feet would be okay between an 11-story building and a single-family property, or neighborhood property. I guess single-family properties don't exist anymore. But that to me is perplexing. I don't know where the science is for that. Take a look at any 11-story building. They are big, and to have something like that built, the distance of your front yard and a boulevard away from you would be shocking. So these are very difficult matters. The design guidelines have to be further developed, and I think that can be done. But I think it has to be done with greater community involvement, and you can succeed in what you're trying to do. So I would leave it at that. I thank you for listening to what I have to say. I did put something in writing if you're interested in reading it. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Barry. Are there any questions for Barry?
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question, please?
Yes. Councillor Holliday, go ahead.
Thank you. Hopefully Mr. Morrison can still hear me. I know that in this proposal, among the items is a contemplation of buildings that are taller than a mid-rise, on sites, on avenues that may be close to existing or future transit stations. And I wonder, Mr. Morrison, if you could tell us a little bit about what you understand of that and whether or not that aligns with even the expectations or the potential knowledge of the community, or would this be something that would be quite a radical change that folks may not expect or understand may be coming?
Well, again, I don't really represent anybody, but from my perspective, and I did have a conversation with one of your planners following that last meeting, which unfortunately I wasn't able to communicate with. I was able to monitor it, but not communicate. But yeah, there is, for instance, in the Kipling, Eglinton area, there is a potential for high buildings, and I'm not trying to paraphrase what he told me, but no, I don't think that there is a definition yet of what high means or how high that's going to be. All I can go by is what most land developers and lawyers will consider that to be when they have a project. But it would very, very dramatically change the character of the neighborhood. I'm not saying it couldn't be done, but 800 meters is a long way. It's almost a full kilometer, and that's in 4 different directions. So it's huge. It's basically more than a mile one way and a mile the other, and that's when the next transit station kicks in the next arterial or concession road. So it's got some very, very significant potential change to the community. Whether it can be resolved or not, I don't know. I don't know what they mean by higher buildings. Do they mean tall buildings? It's been suggested to me no, but it could be higher. Well, higher mid-rise buildings can actually be extremely obtrusive. Again, if they can be placed 32 feet away from a residential home, some poor stakeholder that happens to own that property, they're going to notice it. So I think that yeah, there's some real challenges to the community in putting something like this in place, and I think that well, obviously there's concern around the various neighborhoods, and I think that needs to be put to rest. I think the city can develop its positions in such a way that that the communities are satisfied to some extent, and they can proceed to produce some housing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions of the deputant? No, seeing none. The next deputant we have is Kenneth Sherritt. Ken? Not online? I don't see him here. Okay. Randy Kerr. Randy? Randy Kerr. No? Kathy McDonald. Kathy, I know you're here.
Yes, good morning. Good morning again. No, I'll get closer. Okay. First, I'd like to note that this proposal is very complex given its scope and scale and implementation framework. And it's presented a significant challenge to properly understand. So my fellow co-chair Jeff Cattell and I really have appreciated the opportunity to meet with staff to go over the proposal, to understand it better. We therefore support the recommendations of the report. And we want to add a couple of other ones that, given the complexity of the proposal, staff consider ways to improve communications and engagement of the public as this study enters phase 2. And secondly, that the following refinements be made to the proposal, that the additional height and density zoning permissions to allow tall buildings in mixed-use areas be limited to 50 meters instead of between 50 and 80 meters from transit stations. And also that the design requirements for tall buildings be reviewed regarding how wind impacts are considered. And further, that the proposal to redesignate the neighborhood lands near mixed use and apartment neighborhoods not be proceeded with, and rather they're limited sites, and these can be dealt with on a site-specific with a site-specific process. The report has four key recommendations. One, to adopt a new avenues, vision, and policy. So the report recommends approval of OPA 778 that provides a framework for considering a massive expansion of the avenues. But it's really important to understand that there is a phase 2, and that is to undertake studies for the specific areas using the guidelines from the OPA. And this strategy, we understand, is being proposed, a two-step process to help ensure thoughtful planning of potential new avenue in the current world of intrusive provincial oversight. It will shorten periods of the time periods for approvals. The second comment is about undertaking the studies to rezone lands along the avenues as mixed use and apartment neighborhoods, but where appropriate. So there's a lot of further study to be made to just select which areas should be considered and how the unique characteristics of those neighborhoods are dealt with. As I said, the third initiative was to undertake studies to redesignate neighborhood lands near mixed-use and apartment neighborhoods to facilitate avenue development. And I said we don't think that should be proceeded with. And the final one is the consideration of additional height and density zoning permissions to allow tall buildings in the mixed-use lands within 500 to 800 meters from the transit station, the MTSAs. You know, we think that the 800-meter distance is far too long, and that it should only be 500 meters, as I've said before.
Kathy, I'm going to have to stop you there. That's your time.
I'm done. Good
Okay,
timing.
thank you. Are there any questions for Kathy? Nope, seeing none. Thank you so much. That completes the deputants we have listed on this item. Are there any questions of staff? Okay, I saw Councillor Myers first, and then we'll go to you. Councillor Myers?
Mr. Chair?
Oh, Councillor Holliday, you can go first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wondered if staff could talk a little bit about the rationale in which was used to
go first.
Select avenues that were added to the map.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Through the chair, the avenues were selected based on a number of criteria that are identified in the report. The first criteria is whether or not that avenue has frequent transit. That correlates to the purple lines on map 5 of the official plan. Another criteria that we used was making sure we're avoiding our green space system. We also endeavored to avoid putting avenues near our employment areas, recognizing compatibility issues there. There's a few other criteria, but those are the primary ones.
So tell me about frequent service. Does this mean hard infrastructure, or simply the TTC has funded a bus to come a little bit more frequently?
Yeah, so the TTC does have a 10-minute or better bus service, and that correlates with those purple lines on map 5 that are in the official plan, but we wanted to make sure our recommendations stayed at the official plan policy level, and that's why we relied on map 5.
So the planning policy is contingent on the TTC funding routes and the speed at which service is delivered.
Yeah, that was one factor in identifying the avenues, but there, like I said, were other factors involved.
Okay. I know, speaking for Etobicoke Center, where I live, one of the big changes is, say, Kipling Avenue, and, maybe elsewhere in Etobicoke, Roy York. A lot of those streets are predominantly low-rise and predominantly single-family detached dwellings. And I'm not talking about a block. We're talking kilometers upon kilometers of it. Can you explain to me why something like that would be selected as an avenue given where this is all headed with respect to looking at the land uses?
Yeah, thank you for the question through the chair. So for Kipling Avenue, we know that there is that higher level of frequent transit service along Kipling. Of course, it terminates into the Etobicoke Center area where there is the Etobicoke Center secondary plan. In cases where there is a secondary plan, the avenue's policies do not prevail. Those secondary policy plans would prevail.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about where this goes next? So the report doesn't directly address rezoning sites on avenues, but it certainly introduces the idea of mid-rise buildings. Can you give those listening, including myself, an idea of the next iterations of planning that work lockstep with the overarching policy change that's before us?
Yes, through the chair. It's a great question. I'm glad you raised it. The next step for the work, and it's identified in phase 2, or sorry, in recommendation 2, is to undertake further redesignation and rezoning work. Now, there are a few key terms in there, such as identifying where appropriate. That ties back to the criteria that are identified in the report that are going to tell us staff to look at where we have our green space systems, you know, where there might be other limitations or other finer grained geographic details, as that will inform further consultation. That consultation will talk about a new draft OPA and rezoning. So that will be part of phase 2 of this work. So this work does not include rezoning or redesignation of any lands.
Now, I know you did public consultation work. And I had an opportunity to be a part of at least the open house recently. The advertising for this particular initiative went in the Toronto Star on December 30th. Can you tell me where in the advertisement it mentions mid-rise buildings or taller buildings being the very, very operative changes that could impact people that live near these sites? And could you also just offer comments in the limited time that I have on who can see that ad and who can access that ad, so that I have a sense of how many people out there in the city actually know about this particular proposal?
Yeah, through the chair. So the notice covered, because the amendment has a number of broad-based policy changes, such as streamlining study requirements for avenue segment reviews, built form, and changing the vision for the policies. That was what the notice focused on, was those broad areas. Of course, there was a link to the amendment through that notice. The notice did not identify mid-rise because there's a bit more to the amendment. And the advertisement, to your second question, for the open house meeting included the notice in the Toronto Star, yes, that was available both in print and online. That notice was also mailed out to anyone who had requested to be notified through the consultation process. It was sent out in both print and email to every residents association. We also did social media posts for the 3 or 4 weeks leading up to the event. Just reminders saying, hey, please join our open house on January 13th. It was posted on the city's website as well and the project webpage.
Okay, that concludes your questions, Councillor Holyday. Councillor Myers, you were next.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So I just had a question regarding the inclusion of Nielsen Road in Ward 23 and I guess Ward 25 as well, as there is no extra transit that I'm aware of being planned for that area.
Through the chair, that portion of Nelson Road north of Shepherd, just past McLevin Avenue, was added because looking at map 4, which is our higher order transit corridor map, it identifies it as a potential route for a future LRT line. And so that was the rationale behind inclusion.
But that LRT line could be years away. There's not even money for it. It's not even done design. So if we were to start getting relatively intense development along that area, there's no way that we could actually handle that infrastructure.
Through the chair, as part of phase 2 of this work, we're undertaking the work to look at areas to redesignate to either apartment, neighborhood, or mixed use, as well as the zoning. And so through that phase 2 work, we'll take a closer look at the transportation system, and we'll be in consultation with our transportation colleagues on the delivery of that planned higher order transit.
Right, but if we pass this today, does that mean someone can start applying to build more intense developments along Shepherd or Nielsen, which doesn't have the infrastructure, or doesn't have the transit to support it?
Through the chair, so there wouldn't be applications coming tomorrow. Of course, the amendment would have to first come into effect. The amendment doesn't actually provide any, like I said earlier, redesignations or rezoning. In other words, permissions for greater intensification. We'll still have to do that fine-grained analysis through phase 2, and we'll be coming back to you after doing consultation with those recommendations.
So when is phase 2 going to be complete?
So we are targeting 1 year. It's an ambitious timeline, of course, because it's a large geography, and that may find its way back to you at Q4 of this year.
And will there be a rationale or an explanation as to why, I guess, whether, like, if we make the decision today and there's further study, and it's concluded that, yes, there is no transit plan for this, there might be transit on a map, but not actually being planned, can that decision be reversed in whether we include certain pieces of avenues which don't have designated transit as part of the plan?
Through the chair, it would be part of the official plan, but these policies are tied back to the land use designations, which is part of that phase 2 work I mentioned. And so that redesignating is a flipping of the switch, essentially. The policies don't come into effect for those densities until something is redesignated as either mixed use or apartment neighborhoods.
So when would that be?
Again, that's part of the phase 2 work that would be brought back to you at the end of this year.
Right, so as part of the phase 2 work, will certain avenues be potentially taken out because they're deemed not appropriate for this type of intensification at this time, is what I'm trying to get at.
Oh, yes, thank you. So it would become part of the official plan. One of the recommendations in the report is to monitor the implementation of this OPA and bring back any amendments to these changes, so identifying an avenue, as part of the city's statutory official plan review.
So through that process, you could take these avenues out?
Exactly.
Based on the lack of access of transit, or the lack of transit development?
That's correct.
And will that be stated clearly so that councillors know that if a property is deemed to not have proper transit, that, you know, this should be taken out?
Through the chair, yes, that's a key component of this work, so absolutely.
Okay, and will councillors be given the opportunity to discuss with staff directly the results of the phase 2 findings?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you, Chair. And so to staff, the idea of this is to leverage avenues as a growth management tool. Your report also speaks to 283 kilometers of new avenues, which represents a significant increase. So the City of Toronto is pretty much an established city. We have our road infrastructure. We know where the avenues are and what's identified as an avenue and what isn't. So how do we come up with an additional 283 kilometers of new avenues? Did you redefine what avenues, the definition of avenues versus what it used to be 10 years ago?
So thank you for the question. Through the chair, so the Housing Action Plan gave this project the mandate to review the official plan policies for avenues. The avenues policies have been in effect for over 20 years. Those policies only identify avenues as an area identified for growth, along with our downtown and center and corridor areas. So the avenues have always been identified as a growth area. What we've done here is tried to identify a more specific vision for what the built form and development could be along the avenues.
Okay, so can you quickly highlight at a high level, what is an avenue currently?
Through the chair, an avenue is a major street And further, it is a major street that has frequent transit on it.
Okay, so you were asked this question already, and Councillor Holliday also alluded to it. So a street like Kipling Avenue, so far what you've indicated to me, and then in my opinion, will be a street that likely will not qualify, but yet you've indicated in your map that it does. That's my question. And how did that come about?
Yeah, through the chair. So Kipling was identified because it does have frequent transit. It has 10-minute or better TTC service.
All right, so in your opinion, you feel it does. And in terms of, the additional, we've heard from deputants, the additional stress on infrastructure that's already very much under pressure currently as we sit here today. And we've had significant rain events over the summer, and we've had a number of floodings across the city. How are you incorporating that in your study and identifying what additional investments have to be made in order to upgrade the infrastructure to a point where we could accommodate all the extra density?
Through the chair, so on the question of infrastructure, we of course have our development charges and CBC to acquire funds that will pay for capital costs to service growth. For this work, again, as part of phase 2, we're going to take a similar approach as the major streets and mid-rise work that was just recently adopted by council last month. And that will be to include, as we go through and look at including as-of-right permissions, requirements in the zoning to ensure that the servicing required for those developments will be there.
Okay, a couple of more quick questions. To your process that you've had so far on the consultation side, did the consultation get broken down where you've been able to go into communities and have local discussions with communities around the additional 283 kilometers that were identified as new avenues? How detailed was your consultation process?
Yeah, so through the chair, we had 27 formal public consultations. Of those, there were 12 district-based meetings, so 3 in each district, 2 in the first phase in the summer and 1 in the following phase. Each of those were also followed by citywide meetings. And then as part of phase 2 of this work, we'll be working with our development review colleagues to go through more specifically in those geographies to take a closer look and determine where redesignation or those as-of-right permissions might be appropriate.
Okay, I want to be clear about what we're approving here today. We're asking you to go ahead and continue to work on a study. There will be lots of opportunity as we go through this process and later on to make modifications, eliminate streets as avenues if necessary, I think as Councillor Myers indicated as well, for good reason, and have further more detailed consultation with respect to the findings of those reports.
Through the chair, there will be further detailed conversation through the different districts, where again, we will work with our development review colleagues to have more specific consultations, and we'll of course be in touch with yourself and the councillors in those areas.
All right, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Nunziata?
A question on the consultation. So you just mentioned at the end of that answer. So for phase 2 for the consultations, you'll be working directly with the local councillors in the particular wards. And would it be through the councillor's office as well, and having these consultation meetings and not virtual, in person? Because a lot of residents are not pleased with these virtual meetings and they can't attend. So will that happen? And then once we have the consultation meetings, if there's a certain community that objects and doesn't support it, then would it be taken off the list?
Through the chair, so the identification of an avenue is part of this official plan amendment, but the redesignation and rezoning work will be part of the next phase of work where we'll do that more detailed consultation. We strive to have a flexible consultation approach, and we'll ensure that we're working with your office, and we're of course happy to do in-person or virtual, whatever is more convenient for folks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? No, seeing none. Does anyone wish to speak to the item? Councillor Holliday.
Sure. May I go ahead and speak?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Members, you need to know that there is a number of community members that are very upset over this, this proposal coming forward. This has been one that is very difficult to understand because it's complex. If you go back to the newspaper ad, that I will remind you that you actually have to be a subscriber of the Star or actually purchase the paper to actually see the full public notice, is not well understood or accepted. And those that do know about it have told me that they are very upset. And that's because this is piecemeal. This speaks to additional work that is coming in the future. And that work could mean that somebody who is quietly living in a lovely detached home that they probably worked all their life to save up and pay for could wake up one morning with a mid-rise building or even a tall building next to them. And we haven't, as a city, as a government, gone out there far enough to let people know this is the extent of the changes proposed. If I took a little closer look at what's proposed for, say, Etobicoke Centre, where I live, you can take Kipling Avenue, for example, that's being added as an avenue. The segment on the map is about 6 kilometers long, starts down at 6 points, and it goes up to Dixon Road. And at the very top of Dixon Road is a little plaza. It's a mixed-use site. So this begins to talk about what that site could become in the future. That site has a couple of stores. But I'll tell you, between the bottom of the avenue segment and the top of it, there is a whole bunch of detached homes, 6 kilometers worth. There's a few churches, a couple of schools. I think there's a very small commercial medical building with a couple of offices in it. And there's not a single grocery store, not a single retail store. So to say that that is somewhere where we should be directing intensive growth, because that's what this suggests, is bonkers. Don't take my word for it, though. Go out and ask citizens what they think of it. Go out and ask the residents of the neighborhoods that abut that street what they think of it. We haven't done that. I've tried, and I've tried to get the information out. And what we're seeing today at committee with a number of speakers is a lot of pushback on this. I think more work needs to be done. I think there needs to be a far closer look at the number of avenues that were added onto the map and really think carefully what the criteria is for areas that we want to direct intensive growth to occur. I can't accept that it's simply a street that has a bus that runs every 10 minutes. I mean, that's a variable funded service that the city is going to have to keep up to try and sustain the growth that's there. How arbitrary can you get? Never mind any of the built form or any of the existing community facilities there that would possibly support additional density. And so people will say, well, you know, they're NIMBYs, they don't want any change. Well, you know what? These are people that have invested their life savings in the biggest investment that they could possibly make, which is the home they live in. The one possible place of solace and peace that they have to go to at the end of the day in a very busy day. Why can't we ask them what they think? And what we should be doing is sending each of them an addressed letter to say, hey, we've got some planning changes in mind. Maybe they're mid-rise, maybe they're tall buildings, and professionally set out a package which fully explains beginning to end what all of this involves. Not just this little piece about an official plan, which is abstract, which you have to go through. If you look at the ad, it doesn't even say mid-rise buildings in it. And yet that's where a lot of this is headed. I think we have a major, major public confidence issue on the horizon. And council has passed a couple of other changes, such as major streets, such as fourplexes. That was earlier in this meeting. And the public doesn't accept that, well, you know, it's the provincial government pressuring us, or it's the federal government dangling housing accelerator fund money that we have to quickly go and make some changes. Otherwise, we don't get the money. The buck stops with council. We're the ones that make the changes. And people are very dissatisfied with those. Those projects are starting to come to fruition, and people are saying, how did this happen? How do these changes, these sweeping changes be made and not include me as an individual resident as part of the conversation? I urge you to send this thing back and to articulate it far better to the community.
Thank you, Councillor Holliday.
For
That completes
communication
your time.
materials.
Does anyone else wish to speak to the item? No, I'll speak to it briefly. I was struck by something Councillor Holliday said, which is that one morning someone might wake up and find a tall building next to their single-family dwelling. And it's an interesting compression of how land use policy works. What we do is we start with a high-level idea, which we had in our housing action plan, that we need to accommodate more housing in the city of Toronto, partly because we have an affordable housing crisis, partly because Toronto is a desirable and successful city and people want to live here. So we set a general idea. Let's think about how we're going to accommodate those more people. Then we go out and consult on that and hear public deputations and have meetings. And then from that proposal, we say, okay, let's amend the map in the city of Toronto that says generally where we hope development will go. That's our urban structure map, which is the step that we've just completed. Then we say, okay, now that we've done, you know, we've moved from 1,000 feet in the sky down to 500 feet in the sky, let's start to do the screwdriver work and figure out neighborhood by neighborhood whether these particular streets should have their use redesignated from, say, neighborhood to apartment neighborhood or to Main Street. And that gives a little more specificity. That's the next step. And that's the step where people in individual neighborhoods will have their opportunity to talk about individual sections of the street. And then after that, we do a rezoning exercise where we talk with even more specificity. Then, if someone wants to make a development application on a specific site, there's process tied to that. Councillor Holliday's notion that you wake up one day and everything has changed is just an inaccurate description of how this happens. And frankly, if we're consulting on the public, the biggest duty we have is to be accurate and clear about what we're doing. Further, when we get to that level of specificity, every member of council has the opportunity, and I would say the obligation, to work with the local community on the specific pieces as we develop the specific designation in the official plan and zoning bylaw for each specific area. And Councillor Holliday absolutely has that opportunity. And I hope he takes it instead of trying to compress a 4-step process rhetorically into a single moment when someone wakes up and the world has changed. That's available to him, and I hope he takes it. So with that, I'll move the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. Takes us to item 18.6, progress on building more supportive housing. We have 2 deputants. First is Hamish Wilson. I didn't see Hamish here today. Is he online? No? Okay. Next is Peter Martin. I thought I saw Peter. There you are. Welcome, Peter.
Good to see you all. So, good morning, everyone. Peter Merton, Housing Solutions Manager.
Can you get right up to the mic?
Now you can hear me.
There we go. Thanks, Peter.
For those who aren't familiar with us, we are the non-Indigenous Community Advisory Board to the City on housing and homelessness issues. We are really happy to see the emphasis on supportive housing illustrated by this agenda item. One of the things which we find frustrating is that for too long, supportive housing targets have been subsumed within affordable housing targets under the Housing TO Action Plan. the 41,000 number. We think that it's really important to separate supportive housing targets out from the general requirement. And one of the things that we have done as an alliance is in 2021, we convened just so you know, Chair, the timer is not going.
Oh.
I appreciate it, but you probably don't, so. So as I was saying, in 2021, the Toronto Alliance convened supportive housing organizations to come up with a Toronto supportive housing growth plan. In that growth plan, we identified a target of 18,000 supportive housing units to be built by the end of 2030. That number was implicitly endorsed by the Housing Secretariat in fall of 2023, when the Housing Secretariat signed an MOU with the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness. Included within that was a deliverable of supporting the creation of those 18,000 supportive housing units by the end of 2030. We would like to see that implicit goal made more explicit in the future, and that 18,000 unit and target be separated out from the 41,000 affordable housing units currently, where it currently sits. This year, we are going to be reconvening supportive housing organizations to revisit that supportive housing growth plan. We feel that we probably will need to expand that target number based on the reality of what's happening in our city. We're happy to see that the Housing Secretariat in its 2025 budget note has, as part of its work plan for this year, an evaluation of the supportive housing programs and projects. We're happy to collaborate pursuant to our MOU on that evaluation, in the same way that we're looking forward to the Secretariat collaborating with us in our review of the supportive housing growth plan. To show the importance of these types of targets, I would refer you to the number in the current report for action before you today, which states that in the first 5 years of the 10-year plan, only 1,763 new supportive housing units have been built. It's really important that we understand that supportive housing is not just a form of affordable housing. It's a very different and complex type of housing, and that not only that there is a range of types of housing that we subsume within the definition of supportive housing. One of the things that we will be revisiting is that definition, since, for example, the Ontario government now includes long-term care homes in supportive housing counts. And we will encourage the city to also consider redefining or expanding that definition. Also, because as I alluded to, we have that wide spectrum of types of housing that we call supportive housing, we think that there should be more granularity in the targets that we are looking to achieve. And that...
Peter, I'm going to have to stop you there. We've reached your time.
All right.
Okay.
Sounds
Are there
good.
any questions for Peter? No? Thank you so much. That concludes the deputations on this item. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Nunziata has moved the recommendations on the item. And I just want to give a hearty congratulations and thanks once again to our Housing Secretariat for the great work here. Okay, so all those in favor, opposed if any, that carries. And just as a reminder, Councillor Nunziata pointed this out, I just want to remind folks that we are completed our statutory items, and we had decided for the non-statutory items, because of the large volume of deputants that we have today, we're restricting deputation times to 3 minutes. So we're now in the 3-minute deputation world. That takes us to the next item, PH 18.7, Multi-Unit Residential Acquisition Program Update. We have a deputant, Melissa Goldstein. If I could just have a little quiet in the room, I know there's lots and lots to talk about. It just would assist us in doing our work if we could have a little bit more quiet.
Good morning. I'm just pulling up my my presentation. I'm sorry. Start the video. Sorry, Gord, I wasn't ready.
Okay, you ready?
Okay, here we go. Okay. Good morning. So this is now the third year that I've been poring over documents at budget time, trying to understand what's going on with MURA funding and what the program is accomplishing. What should be a pretty simple task instead takes me days and leaves me with more questions than answers, and this should not be the case. The problem is that there's very little consistency among city reports of MURA funding, specifically what funding is available and distributed and the sources of the funding. And there's very little consistency in reports of MURA outcomes, which organizations receive funding and how much, what was acquired and renovated with that funding, and what funding is as yet unspent by the recipients. Housing Secretariat budget notes, Housing TO plan progress reports, and the MURA website all include different and conflicting information and inconsistent metrics. This MURA update report does not adequately address or fix this. For example, while the report says that 15 recipients received funding through the 2022 and 23 funding calls, the recipients aren't named. There's no indication of how much each recipient received, what the sources of the funding were, or what each recipient accomplished with the funding. Not only isn't this information available in the report, it's not available anywhere. Making it difficult to track the flow of funding into this program, how funds are distributed, how they're spent, and what's been accomplished is not just a problem for transparency and good governance, but it makes it difficult to tell the MURA story and give the city's most successful and cost-effective affordable housing initiative by far the recognition and influence that it deserves. I have one simple question. How much funding does the staff proposed budget allocate to MURA in 2025, and what's the source of the funds? I understand from last week's budget committee meeting that additional funds will be allocated to MURA this year beyond what's in the budget at a later point, but it's not clear what's even in the staff proposed budget for MURA in 2025 or the source of the funds. And I also have one request that I think will have numerous positive effects, not least of which is that it'll help us make the case at the provincial and federal levels for MURA funding and for provincial and federal acquisition programs. Please make regularly updated information about MURA funding and MURA outcomes publicly available somewhere on the city's website. What I would like to see is, and I have this clearly laid out in my written submission, for each year's funding call, the following regularly updated information, and for all references to the MURA program to use this information in these metrics. The initial amount of funding available via the funding call, the total number of applicants, the total number of successful applicants, the total funding ultimately available and awarded, sources of the funding that was awarded and the amount from each source, and to demonstrate project outcomes, the name of each successful applicant or placeholder when anonymity is necessary, and for each one, the funds awarded to date for acquisition and for repair, the number of units acquired, rooms acquired, and homes repaired to date, and the amounts of unspent funds to date. And last but not least, the data were last updated. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Melissa? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to have questions for staff and want to speak on this item, and we don't have time for that before the 12:30 break, so I'm going to recess now until 1:30. Okay, thank you. Okay, I have quorum. If we could just get a little quiet in the room. If we could just get a little quiet in the room, then we can reconvene. Okay. Call the meeting back to order. Please. When we left, we had just completed deputations for PH 18.7, the multi-unit residential acquisition program update. I'd like to begin with questions of staff. I do have some questions. Ms. Bond, both during the budget process and here today in a deputation, there's been a sense that members of the community don't clearly understand how the money comes in from MURA, how it gets allocated, how it gets spent, and also don't understand that we're trying to grow the program. Could you just, in a few minutes, explain how all that works?
Yes, thank you, Chair Perks. So I think what's happening with MURA right now is good news. We are, as you said, trying to grow the program. We heard from the mayor when she joined as the new mayor of the City of Toronto that she wanted, and through the last budget, to invest $101 million in MURA. And so in addition to the 2022 and 2023 money that we have underway, we issued an RFP in 2024 for the total value of $51 million, which was part of that $101 million that she had committed over 3 years. The sources of funds for that $51 million came from the vacant homes tax, from a Create TO dividend, from the Housing Accelerator, and from the Building Faster Fund. When we issued the RFP, we were oversubscribed in responses and with really high quality responses. So we took a look at the future years, the money we had allocated in our budget for 2025 and 2026, and we made a recommendation to accelerate that funding so that we could actually support more of the projects that came in 2024 and therefore have more acquisitions happening faster in the city with our nonprofit partners. So we have accelerated $20 million from the vacant homes tax, $10 million from the Housing Accelerator from 2025, and $20 million from the vacant homes tax in 2026 in order to be able to bring forward a report that you see before you for a total value of $102 million with 17 projects, 17 providers, 19 projects, and 700 homes. So that is a massive increase in what we've been able to do to date. I think where some of the confusion has come is that this report was written after we completed our budget notes. And so some of the information that you see in this report was not included in the budget notes because that was all in flux at the time. So this report gives you the latest information. And again, one of the other things of concern that we've heard from the community is there's only $18 million for MURA in 2025. That is the case, but that's because we brought forward all the money so that we can get projects going faster. We continue to advocate and look for other sources of funding so that when we issue our RFP later in 2025, we hope to be able to add more money to that $18 million pot.
And one of the things that additional money would be contingent on is some of our intergovernmental work?
To you, Chair, absolutely correct. We have reiterated and we have asked the federal government to make their housing acquisition fund or their rental housing acquisition fund, bring that to life. It's been signaled in previous budgets. We don't currently see a rollout for that and maybe won't see a rollout for that now. But nonetheless, it's definitely something that we see a value because of the amount of money per unit that we're able to support projects on. In this latest round, it's down to about $145,000 per unit. It's great value for public investment.
And as a final question, never in Canada's history and nowhere in Canada is the funding for acquisition of rental, low income or low rent rental ever been a municipal responsibility primarily.
To you, Chair, no, this is, MURA always has been, was built on the back of a pilot and always has been a groundbreaking effort for the City of Toronto, and it's really hitting the scale and ambition that we always hoped through this latest round. But no, it's not, we don't see very many places elsewhere in Canada who have looked at an acquisition fund. I think the only other one I'm aware of is at a provincial level.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you. Can I, to staff, can you just tell me, what is the total budget for this program?
To you, Chair, the total budget for this for 2024 is $102 million. That's what's included in the report you see before you.
Okay, and you mentioned there's about 18 million left in the pot.
That's right. So we accelerated money from 2025 and 2026, and what that leaves, so that we can do more in this year, in this round, what that leaves is $18 million left for a new RFP later in 2025.
How many recipients do we have for distributed in 2024 or this year?
To you, Chair, we have distributed, or we're proposing to do 17 proponents, so 17 nonprofit community housing providers who submitted projects. That includes 19 buildings and 700 homes that will be purchased through that program.
Okay, that's pretty impressive. How do we decide then who gets this funding, and do you zero in on priority areas where this is needed likely most?
Through you, Chair, we don't include a geographical lens necessarily, although we have been pleased to see a good geographical spread across the city. Generally, we're looking for organizations that are set up well, that they've got some experience or have a team who's ready, or have hired a real estate broker that can help them go out and find acquisitions. We're looking at the cost per unit. We're looking at their ability to do any renovations. We're looking at the level of affordability that they will secure over the long term, the number of units, and the cost per unit. Those are the kinds of things that we use to score the applications when they come in, and ultimately score them into a list of priority, and then go through that list, allocating the money that we have available.
All right, thank you, Chair.
Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Just to pick up on some of the questioning from Councillor Crisanti was asking, will it be, and I know we can't disclose the individual properties because we're in negotiations, but would it be possible to at least get a breakdown of the properties acquired under MURA for the individual councillors by ward?
Through you, Chair, yes, we can certainly do that. I think we have a map that we've been creating that we can certainly circulate, which gives people an idea for those projects that have actually closed in their ward, where those projects are. So for those, for that information that's public, we can disclose that. And so we're going to plan to put that on our website, as well as increase the amount of information we have on the website about the number of properties and the number of units, etc.
Thank you. And again, without disclosing anything confidential, is there any, I don't want to say prioritization, but I can't think of the right word, but so I'll just say prioritization of these properties that are in, I would say, the places where they were formerly illegal, as they are likely to be in the worse shape than other ones that have been sort of regulated or in the core? So I'm thinking of just some of them that I've seen in my ward that are quite unsafe for the residents, and they're quite unsafe for the neighbors.
To you, Chair, I think really this is about awarding money to organizations that have a vision for those properties. So if someone, a nonprofit in your area, brings forward a strong vision for that property, they've put together the funding, through a mortgage, they've got a team that can deal with renovations, then they will score highly in that process. But we want to make sure that the organizations that we award money to through this process are able to move as quickly as possible and see that money spent in the right way.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? No? Does anyone wish to speak? No? I'll just say a couple words. This is a really great news City of Toronto story. It literally began as a pilot project in one neighborhood and then expanded tremendously right across the city and is now being copied elsewhere in the country. And the federal government has even announced, although the money seems to lag after the announcement, even announced a national strategy for acquisitions. As you see in the report, to build a new unit, you know, you're looking at $500,000, $800,000 a door. To buy a unit and protect someone's housing, that's $200,000. This is a remarkable success story. Frankly, the only thing holding it back is our traditional funding partners. No one expects the property tax to be the source of acquiring private market rental housing. It just isn't the right tool. What has worked in the way back past, when I was a teenager, is when federal and provincial governments were at the table participating jointly with municipalities, because they have access to the income tax, they have access to the sales tax. Their borrowing capacity is much larger and less constrained than ours. And, you know, I encourage all of you to contact your members of parliament and members of provincial parliament saying that the cheapest and most effective way to address the affordable housing project or the affordable housing problems in the City of Toronto is through this acquisition strategy. Perhaps the councillor for Ward 1 could let the member of provincial parliament for Etobicoke North know about the urgency of this program and how we're ready to partner. And I'm sure you have, and I hope you all have success in the world. Okay, anyone else wish to speak to this? Nope. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. I forget which is the next item that was held. 10? Okay, City Planning and Development Review Division Study Work Plan Program Update. Jeff, would you like to come and make a deputation? Did I have a motion on this? This is the one where I've been working with Councillor Morley. Do you have that one? Oh, Lord. Give me a sec. Okay, 1 sec.
So I was having too much fun listening to that one. My name is Jeff Cattell. I'm co-chair with Kathy of the Federation of North Toronto Resident Associations, and I'm kind of disappointed that I think we're the only deputants on this item. This might be the most important item on the whole agenda today. It's talking about city planning in its planning function as distinct from reviewing what's already being applied for. So we understand, Fonterra really supports the importance of a proactive planning function to the long-term health of the whole city. We're talking about comprehensive city building, cultural, economic, environmental, making livable city, thriving and complete communities. Despite the ever-shifting legislative landscape that we're involved in, as the chair mentions, the study work program is a vital tool in maintaining positive direction amid ongoing pressure for change. City planning has faced the biggest threat to its ability to manage development applications with the province's legislative changes for planning and heritage under a succession of bills. 23, 108, 109, 138, 185, 212, meeting the compressed processing deadlines for regular applications and preparing for hearings following an increased number of appeals has put huge pressure on the planning agenda, citywide and area planning. for example, with Bill 23, the heritage there, creating a register, moving, was going to be at 5 years. It was brought down to 2 years. It's keeping up with this thing and bringing forward items that are listed and getting them designated and then facing ongoing appeals. This is a huge ongoing workload. The study work program has been heavily affected by these kinds of issues. An example of the tsunami of change precipitated by the province is the MTSA jobs and employment definition reports. 2.5 years after the city met the provincially imposed deadline, you are still waiting for a decision on inclusive zoning. So let's go back to 2025 study work program. It captures a range of city building activities with an emphasis on those that will support an increase in the supply of housing, including more affordable housing, as part of an integrated approach to building complete and inclusive communities. City planning activities basically consist of 2 streams: creating plans, the study work program, and review of development applications, development review, which are somewhat but incompletely aligned in the new divisions. The study work program, which includes such activities as official plan reviews, secondary plans, zoning bylaw updates,
Thank you.
HCD
Okay,
studies.
Jeff, I'm sorry.
I've got a
I
lot
should
more
have
material to
reminded
go
folks,
through.
Jeff, if you could just
Maybe somebody can answer me a question.
hang on for a sec. Yeah, so because we have a huge number of deputants on a variety of non-statutory items today, we've limited speaking time to 3 minutes.
Oh.
Okay, I should have reminded folks, my fault, my bad. So you're over time. I'm going to stop you there. Are there any questions? Nope. Jeff, thank you so much for your.
Well, please read my deputation and the attachment. And there is a recommendation at the end of my thing asking you to ensure that studies, plans, and guidelines directed to city building, including those that revitalize and protect character,
Jeff, we will read it, okay?
will be prioritized. Thank you.
Thank you, yes. Okay, that's the only deputy I had listed on this item. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Nunziata?
Questions to staff. The heritage conservation, question on that. Do we have heritage here? Yeah. Okay, so just the one in Weston, the study, it's my understanding that we're going to go out to the community and have consultation, correct?
Through the chair, it's Councillor, it's Tamara Cartwright, Program Manager. We've concluded the Heritage Conservation District study, but as you know, as noted, Councillor, we will continue to talk to the community about the proposed listings of properties individually. Yes, we are committed to doing that.
Yeah, so I understand, well, because your staff contacted my office, so notices were sent out, and so we will have, probably in the next few weeks, have a meeting with the community on the listed, that we've confirmed to be listed, correct?
Yes, we're also initiating to talk with the property owners and giving them information in advance.
Right. Okay, I just want to make sure we're going to do that. We're going to do that in the next few weeks. So my second question would be to Abby. The housing now for 2700 Eglinton, I see that it's the status is still active. So it's still, is it dormant now, or what's happening with 2700 Eglinton? It's for housing now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is this listed as 2700? I think it's 244 for Eglinton, correct? Okay. Oh, I see. Right.
Yeah, 2700, okay.
So I may have to just confirm with staff quickly and get back to you, Council. I don't have that information right at my fingertips, but I will confirm very quickly.
Okay, because it's been there for a couple of years
Yeah.
now, right? And we
Okay, I understand.
haven't had anything?
Yes, thank
So
you.
you'll get back to me
I
then?
will do, yes,
Okay,
Councillor.
thank you.
Any other questions? No? Just very quickly, I've got one for Mr. Petula. We've been having a conversation with Deputy Mayor Morley about some particular problems she's got on the Queensway. She's drafted a motion. Is that something that you'll be able to accommodate in your work plan?
Yes, we worked with the councillor and her office, and we're able to address her request for the work.
Good. Anyone else? Okay. Does anyone wish to speak? I will speak. I have a motion. Okay, so I'm moving the Planning and Housing request the Chief Planner, Executive Director, City Planning in the context of several interrelated projects in the Planning Division 2025 study work program to work with the General Manager Transportation Services, TTC, other divisions as appropriate, and the Ward Councillor to assess recent growth and emerging development pressures in the Queensway and Humber Bay Shores area of Ward 3 Etobicoke Lakeshore to identify options for advancing improvements to the road and transit networks in these areas to ensure there is cohesion between the multiple initiatives underway and to report back to the Planning and Housing Committee on December 3rd, 2025. Any questions? Okay. We'll take the amendment and the item all together. All those in favor? Opposed? Oh, just the amendment? Yes. Because it was to receive otherwise, right? I'm trapped between the clerk and the speaker. I'm going to be getting it all day from both sides. Okay, yeah, no, I'm learning. Okay, on the motion, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. So 11 didn't get held? Great. Now we are going to item 1812, Transit-Oriented Communities Update on Downtown Proposals and Affordable Housing. We have a deputant, Rachel Oriema. Rachel, I understand you're online.
Hello, I am.
Rachel, welcome and good afternoon. You've got 3 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. This is my first time addressing one of the city's committees, including planning and housing, so please accept my humble submittance here. I'm just a resident of the City of Toronto, in particular Ward 14, Leslieville. I know that the city has been undertaking a variety of very forward-thinking initiatives in order to tackle the unprecedented housing crisis that we are currently facing in the City of Toronto. With regards to the transit-oriented communities, I recognize that there is much under the provincial jurisdiction with regards to the transit-oriented communities and housing, and that there seems to be a precedent being set at the provincial level as to what these developments will look like. And that precedent, unfortunately, seems to be moving in the direction of continued lack of affordability and continued lack of accessibility for the great majority, not only of residents in the areas where these transit-oriented communities are being planned for development, but also for the rest of citizens and residents in the GTHA and beyond. I'm imploring the Planning and Housing Committee and councillors across all wards to take into strong consideration the most recent update on downtown proposals and affordable housing that was presented by the transportation planning team, and to examine as much as possible any avenues for compelling the province to move towards a better equity approach as it comes to these major development projects, in particular recognizing that further gentrification and a lack of accessibility for the majority of residents along these transit-oriented communities will only
perpetuate the issues of displacement, lack of access, lack of affordable housing, and lack of access to jobs and economic opportunity for residents in the GTHA and also for businesses and residents that currently reside in the areas of note. If we think about gentrification, if we think about displacement of small business, if we think about aging in place, et cetera, there are a variety, a multitude of lost opportunities in the current planning for transit-oriented communities, which will not support Toronto in a future of economic stability and growth for all. I implore the Planning and Housing Committee and councillors across wards to examine, in addition to the recent introduction of a 15% tax reduction for purpose-built rentals, to examine where
Rachel?
possible.
Hi, it's Gord. I'm afraid you're over time now.
Got it.
Do you
Well,
have
I'll
one
just
final sentence?
Yes, one final sentence, hoping that council can examine further reductions to tax for purpose-built rentals to accommodate and incentivize purpose-built rentals, also to engage further with citizens as much as possible where Infrastructure Ontario has not, and to perhaps implore or compel the province to, by passing a motion, to allow for inclusionary zoning inclusive of the transit-oriented communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. A lot of conjunctions in that sentence. Okay. Are there any questions of the deputant? No? Okay, that was the only deputant. Are there any questions of staff? Okay. To speak? Thank you. Can you let Nora or Weston know? Okay. I'm going to speak. I'm first going to move a motion that we send this to council without recommendations. This is a long-standing problem that we've been having. The province of Ontario just keeps imposing planning regimes on portions of the city of Toronto. They did it with the downtown plan. They did it with the midtown plan. They're doing it with the transit-oriented developments. They're doing it in major transit station areas where they just ignore the public good. They just flat out ignore the public good. The province keeps taking the position that these transit-oriented communities, that the purpose of development is just to pay for the transit lines that the province wants built. That is not a recipe for building healthy, in rich communities with multiple needs being met. It's certainly not a recipe for meeting our housing needs. Fewer than half of Torontonians can afford housing at market rates right now. Where we are making government-led planning decisions, we must, in every instance, foreground the need for affordable housing. The province has steadfastly refused to do this. You heard it mentioned in an earlier deputation years ago. I think it's 3 years ago. We asked them around transit stations, can we have a requirement that a certain percentage of all the housing built be affordable housing? Those documents have literally been sitting on the minister's desk for 3 years. Maybe he's lost his pen. I don't know. But whatever it is, I am sick and tired of playing along with it. Deputy Mayor Malik, whose ward includes the transit-oriented community or development referenced in recommendation 2, has been working with her community, with city planning to say, if we're going to build so much housing here, a portion of it has to be affordable housing. And the province has just refused to give any ground. The report in front of us asks us to give the Toronto Public Service Authority to enter into agreement with the province on that transit-oriented community. And I'll tell you right now, as of today, I don't want to be complicit. I don't want to direct our staff to sign an agreement that doesn't build an inclusive neighborhood where people with a range of incomes can live. So Oh, thank you. So, you know, between now and council, I'm hoping that the province of Ontario listens and recognizes that we don't want a Toronto just for the wealthy. We want a Toronto that is thriving and inclusive and just. And, oh, there's Deputy Mayor Malik right now. I'm just talking about all the great work you're doing. And so, members, I'm encouraging you to forward this without recommendations. That's my motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. The next item we have is on item 13, the community benefit charge and in-kind guidelines. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much. Can staff just give us 30 seconds on the nature of the in-kind guidelines here? Is this a legislative requirement?
Through the chair, the in-kind guidelines are not a legislative requirement. Although we have heard from industry.
Sorry, hang on a second. Can I get the noise down, Chair? Can you quiet the room a little bit? I can't hear the response. Yeah, thanks. Sorry, continue.
So guidelines for in-kind contributions are not a legislative requirement, but we have heard from industry, we've heard from staff, we've heard from councillors that they want some clarity and some process around how we accept in-kind contributions.
Okay. The guidelines provide minimum facility sizes, you know, for example, square footage on a library. Are those hard and fast numbers?
No, they're guidelines, and so those were developed in consultation with the relevant sectors for sort of the minimum baseline standard that they would expect, and that was to kind of have clarity around what the city's expectations are. Okay, understand that things vary across the city and conditions vary, so you know there is flexibility within the guidelines too.
What happens if an applicant and staff don't agree on the in-kind contribution?
So through the chair, both the applicant and staff need to collectively agree on.
Hey, sorry, like, could I ask for a bit of quiet? I can't hear, Chair. I'm trying to hear, and okay, well, I appreciate your help in that. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, so when we accept an in-kind contribution, both the city and the applicant need to agree on the provision of the contribution and the value of the contribution. And so if there's disagreement, that's sorted out through the process. And if the city and the applicant can't come to an agreement on the conditions of an in-kind contribution, then the CBC is then provided as a cash contribution, which is the default.
Cash is the default?
Yeah.
Okay. Lastly, I guess in your experience with this, what's the order of magnitude of applications that provide in-kind for their CBC versus cash? Are we more in-kind or are we more cash?
Yeah, so through the chair, since we accepted, or since council enacted the CBC bylaw, we've accepted 202, or we've gone through 202 zoning bylaw amendments by council. I think 31 of those were provided with some form of in-kind contribution. So that works out to about 15% have in-kind contributions. And then the remaining number would be provided as CBC cash.
So vast majority are still cash?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks very much. That's all my questions.
Are there any other questions of staff? No? Does anyone wish to speak? Councillor Bradford?
Thank you. Through you, I have a motion here that I worked on with the staff to sort of respond to some of the questions that we've heard in correspondence on this item. It just confirms that staff's intention here is for these guidelines to be applied as guidelines. It's not a black and white binary requirement, and I want to make sure that we capture that in the spirit of the letter. Different communities, and you heard there was 200 some of these that have been done. 30 of them have been combinations of in-kind and cash contributions. And so there might be some sorts of community benefits that aren't included in this document. You know, for example, a new theater space that would have public access, that is not contemplated here, but actively being discussed in different applications. And I think we heard there from staff that the conditions vary across the city. So I just want to make sure we're not unintentionally creating guidelines that will be prohibitive to building new housing and securing benefits that would be valuable for those specific communities in which the application is building in. So thanks.
Any questions to the mover? No? Does anyone else wish to speak? No? Why don't we take it all together then? All those in favor, opposed, that carries. That takes us to item PH 1814, Thermal Comfort Guidelines for Large Area Studies, Public Realm Capital Projects, and Large Site Developments. We too have two deputants. I just want to say, there's something very snuggly about the idea of the City of Toronto considering thermal comfort guidelines. Quite happy about this. All right. We have deputants. Jeff. And remember, it's 3 minutes.
Chair, yeah, the Fontra is in strong support of the recommendations of this excellent report that reveals the importance of thermal comfort and recommends ways to ensure that thermal comfort is considered in large area studies, public realm capital projects, and large site development. We think actually that it should be looked at in a broader, even broader scope. Parts of our area have seen recent development of increasingly high buildings, which greatly impact wind conditions at grade. So you as a pedestrian becomes quite difficult, such as Bloor Street East around Mount Pleasant, east side of Yorkville, Yonge and Eglinton. Other areas such as Bayview and Eglinton are now seeing tall building applications. These developments are being approved based on wind study reports undertaken by consultants for the applicant, which are deemed as acceptable by the city. But the results of what appears, what is said to be acceptable wind study reports are not resulting in acceptable wind conditions at grade. Improved wind requirements are required for tall buildings. Wind conditions now used for wind studies are those being measured at Pearson Airport and the waterfront, not at the site of development. And consequently, wind conditions may well be quite different. The current wind study requirement includes consideration of nearby existing approved applications, but not applications not yet approved, or potential future applications that are planned. As well, for tall buildings, wind speed increases as it goes down the face of the building. The thermal comfort guidelines recommend that tall buildings have podiums to reduce the impact of wind, a recommendation of the current tall building guidelines, but many applications are being approved without podiums or with podiums of inadequate width. In conclusion, our streets must be made safe from excessive wind. We therefore recommend that the chief planner first of all, undertake a review of the current wind study requirements for tall buildings to enhance the requirements to better protect pedestrians, and secondly, to strengthen the tall building guidelines to stress the importance of having a significant podium to reduce the strong wind impacts of tall buildings. Thank you. Within the time frame.
Thank you, Jeff. Are there any questions? Nope. The next deputy I have listed is Kathy McDonald.
Yes, okay, thank you. So I'm speaking now on behalf of the Deer Park Residents Group. And our area has become inundated with applications for tall buildings. I guess I should say first, we support the initiatives to create the thermal comfort guidelines and to make this an important consideration, because to date it hasn't been. Yeah, and Deer Park being inundated with these applications and having board members who are knowledgeable about buildings of these kinds of buildings and the issues they create. They've helped us understand that these tall buildings have sort of wind conditions that are not really covered in the wind studies. We're getting reports from the developers saying, oh, our wind study is fine, there's no problem. But we know that's not correct. And it's going to be a huge problem as more areas of the city get more high-rise buildings. The regulations or the procedures for wind studies need to have a new section for these tall buildings. Otherwise, our streets are going to be increasingly unwalkable. The other day, I almost got blown off my feet walking along St. Clair from the effects of a new high-rise building there that was approved because it was fine in the wind study. Yeah, so our major message to the city is the need to fix the wind study requirements for high buildings. I've talked to the urban design staff involved in the thermal comfort guidelines and understand their support for this additional work that is so critical to making our sidewalks safe for people to walk on. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Kathy? No. No, seeing none. Kathy, as always, thank you. Okay, that concludes the deputants on this item. Are there any questions of staff? No? Does anyone wish to speak to the item? No? Okay, then I'll just move the recommendations. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay. We didn't hold the employment survey, did we? No? The only remaining item is item 16. Item 16, that's it? Okay. That takes us to our final item, PH 1816, 3100 Weston Road, notice of intention. There you go. That almost never happens to me. Thank you. Okay. So we have a number of deputants. The first deputant is Edith George.
Just a second.
Edith, when you're ready, you go right ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair and Committee. I brought the application forward for designation dated August 28th, 2020 for the Rivermead House and the Marian Shrine. When I discovered the document that the Rivermead House was included on the North York inventory in 1997, I became curious as to why St. Basil's the Great School, now the Lease Carmine Stefano Community Center, was not listed on this inventory. The Marian Shrine did not exist in 1997. In August 2020, I had a well-respected heritage architect come and examine the structures at 3100 Weston Road. He examined the Rivermead House, and then we walked to the back of the community center because he wanted to see the back of the house and the vistas to the west. I spoke to him about the community center and some of its history. He didn't even blink an eye at the structure, let alone comment on it. He asked me if I had put an application in for designation for the house, and I said no. And then he snapped at me, and he really snapped at me and said, get the application in, which I did for the house and the Marian Shrine. If the heritage architect had told me to add the community center to my application, I would have. I have learned that designations under the Provincial Ontario Heritage Act cover properties in their entirety. I don't understand this reasoning because one of the mandates of the province and the city of Toronto is housing. We need housing. A developer purchased this site in August 2023. The community only wants the Rivermead House and the Marian Shrine designated. This property scored a 6 out of 9 regarding the evaluation table. This score perhaps should have been a 7 out of 9 because of item 3. The property has design value because it demonstrates a high degree of technical achievement, end quote. That to me is the $75,000 swimming pool and its design. It was no little engineering skill in the construction of that pool. The water is brought from the Humber River, filtered and chlorinated. Mechanical equipment has been installed, designed to raise the temperature of the pool when necessary. Percy and Gertrude Gardner were philanthropic volunteers. They both passed away before the creations of the Order of Canada and Ontario. But their son, daughter, son-in-law, and daughter-in-law, all 4 of them became members of the Order of Canada.
Edith, I'm afraid you're at your time.
Okay, just one more sentence.
One last sentence, yeah.
The area that I live have virtually no heritage resources except for Rivermead House and the Marian Shrine. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions?
Oh, any questions?
No, seeing no questions.
Okay.
Thank you. Emmanuel Legrano.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon,
Whenever you're ready.
Councilman. So around 2015, my grandfather discovered the shrine after coming from work. It's been a big impact to my family. My whole family has been going there since 2015, 2017, as well as a lot of schools have gone there, from elementary school, high schools, even some colleges as well, and special needs people as well. This shrine means a lot to the community, not just to me in general, but to my family as well, because it gave us the opportunity of hope and to persevere, because it's helped us through times of hardship, times of joy, and especially in my family, it's helped a lot in us. Going there to pray, you know, it's a wonderful sight, as well as it just fills you up with joy, you know, have a lot of good memories there. As well, you know, as a kid going there, it has really impacted me in my life, and as well as my family. Like I said, if it wasn't for my grandfather, you know, just casually coming back from work, going through the area and just seeing this beautiful little grotto over there, we would have never met all these wonderful people that you see behind me, as well as, you know, the lady in charge of this, and Carboni. Like I said, it's been a good, and like I said, more in the aspect of a spiritual aspect. It's been fundamental to a lot of people, and it's impacted a lot of people's lives. And like I said, not just my life, it's impacted my mom, my brother, my grandparents as well, and all my family, and all these people that you see here, you know, because they truly love this place. Like I said, it's impacted a lot of kids from all schools, from elementary to high school, and even college as well. A lot of my friends as well have gone to this shrine, you know, as a field trip, and it's been a lot for them as well, you know. They've been suffering through a lot, and they came to this beautiful place and they found hope and dreams and stuff like that. So that's basically it.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Emmanuel? No? Thank you for coming and sharing with us today.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Next, I have Rose Savage. Rose, I understand you're online. Can you hear me, Rose?
I could hear you. I just can't see me, but that's fine. That's great. Good afternoon, Chair Gord Burks, Council and committee members, and all the deputants there. My name is Rose Savage, and I'll be speaking on the 6 articles. Can you hear me? I'm just hearing an
Yes,
echo.
you're coming through loud and clear.
Okay, great. 6 articles made available to anyone that's on the internet regarding 3100 Weston Road, and as it relates to heritage. as follows. So number one is the architect of Emery's treasured Rivermead Village Voice. That's posted in emeryvillagevoice.ca. It was dated March 2022 and written by Edith George. The second one is Rivermead House and its owner Percy Gardner Emery Village Voice. That is on emeryvillagevoice.ca. It was dated April 2022, written by Edith George. The third one is North York resident calls for fixes to Carmine Stefano, and that's in toronto.com, dated July 11, 2019, and it was updated in March 27, 2023 by Edith George. The fourth one was Rivermead House and its second owner, Jethro Krang Emery Village Voice. That's in emeryvillagevoice.ca, dated May 2022 by Edith George. The fifth one is tripadvisory.ca, which has the Marian Shrine of Gratitude, Toronto, Ontario. And finally, the last one, 6, blogto.com has the Marian Shrine of Gratitude, Toronto, and that was dated October 25th, 2020 by Tanya Mock. So all that being said, as a licensed real estate professional and lawyers, they ensure that the buyer is made aware of anything that's heritage in nature and does the necessary research and due diligence on the land, its type, and its use as a designated shrine for all to enjoy. In addition, any existing applications with decades of dedication from community members, public officials, as well as formal and informal contracts and agreements in place to support the community's use, this too would be brought to the buyer's attention during inspections and should not have been ignored, nor can buyers attempt to change bylaws immediately during inspections phase and prior to closing the transaction. So formal acknowledgement, understanding, agreement concurrence, and consent prior to legal binding signatures respects the heritage applications already in progress at the City of Toronto. This formal consent and sign-off is required in order to proceed with the closing of the transaction. The legal binding agreement is signed and sealed, and once it's signed, the transaction is closed. This now becomes an informed buyer who cannot dispute, demand immediate change, or escalate to LPOT knowingly.
Rose?
The planning department,
Rose,
okay, so
I'm
in
gonna have to-
summary, in summary and conclusion, is that okay?
One last sentence.
Okay, well, this transaction ignores and disrespects the City of Toronto and community at large, and their failure to adhere to these established processes and needs to the community. So thank you very much.
Thank
and
you
I would
so
like
much.
a recorded voice if possible. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any questions for Rose? No, seeing none. Rose, thank you very much for sharing that with us today. The next
you.
deputant I have listed is Angela Carboni.
Okay.
You've never had so much action, I bet, in this place.
Oh, you'd be surprised.
But good action? Anyway.
Please go ahead,
I
Angela.
have a video to show. And we were told just to come here. You have 3 minutes, but can we combine our 3 minutes and make it 5? Huh?
My name is Sonia D'Agostino. Thank you.
Thank you. Here you go. I brought a video because there's over 22,000 people in Toronto, and as you see, we have an audience crying out for this place because they love it. And this is why. What's going on? There's no volume. There's no sound. Turn it up.
Angie Carboni, who has been leading this for 15 years. So Angie, what's the story of how this shrine came to be?
There's a beautiful story about a man who right now is in heaven smiling at us and praying for us. But this is a monument that my dear Father Basil left us about a story that actually happened to him. And as you can see in the monument, he's wearing glasses. And he died without any glasses at all because he was planting tomatoes in this very spot. And this was a pool, and the pool was full of garbage. And basically, he made it a garden. And he never dreamed that it would be so popular. But while he was planting tomatoes, a piece of wood went in his retina. And he immediately cried out to Mother Mary, "Pray for me." And Jesus saved my eye. And that day went to the hospital. When he did, was told, "You're never going to see out of that eye." But he was wearing 3 pairs of glasses, and he kept praying. And this is what faith does. It makes the impossible possible. So at the end of the night of October 4th, 2004, not only did he see out of the blind eye, he saw without glasses in both eyes. This is his driver's license with glasses and without glasses, just to prove that it really happened. And this is a bishop that used to be with us on a regular basis, Bishop Lacey.
I'm giving a living testimony of the reality of this place, of the potential of this place, and of encouragement to those who come here for some growth in their spiritual life. It's got a lot of things going for it. The grounds itself are beautiful, and nature has a way of providing an aura for reflection, for prayer, and this place has got it. This place has got it.
Over the years, there's been 100 people healed of terminal cancer.
A good friend of mine
and these are
told me about the shrine. And I remember I came here and I was praying, and I met a very spiritual lady here as well, and she prayed with me and we prayed together. And I remember feeling this burning sensation in my lung, burning. And I said, "Oh my God, it feels so warm. It feels so great." And I immediately connected with this place. When I had my CT scan, they told me that they found a pocket of air where the lung was removed. I couldn't believe it. It was something that after, years of surgery shouldn't be happening, but it happened. And I would come here every week. And every week I would come here, I would feel better. I would feel stronger. I said, "God, you know what? I'm going to leave this to you. My sickness is in your hands." At that point, nothing had gone away. I still had this cancer. And once I did that, I put all my faith in God. I had a CT scan. I was doing them every 3 months. And the scan showed that I was clear. I couldn't believe it. So they sent me for a bone scan. That also showed I was clear. And then I went to Sweden, where they specialize in this cancer, and they gave me a special scan. And that scan also showed that I was clear. And when we thanked the doctor for everything he had done, he had clearly said to me, "Don't thank me, thank God, because you received a miracle." And the place where I felt that miracle and where I felt God, it's right here at this shrine.
This place holds a very special place in my heart. It's a very peaceful sanctuary. I come to pray, and in May of this year, I came to pray. At the time, I wasn't able to walk. I had very bad neuropathy in my feet. I was using canes, the assistance of canes, and I did come and I prayed to the Mother Mary, and she did grant me the physical healing, but more importantly, spiritual healing, most importantly for me.
Now, Lourdes gets thousands visiting. Whenever the world is dark, God sends a messenger, and that's Mother Mary. She's appeared here. She's touched thousands of us. That's why we're all here, begging you to help us. I'm trying to work with the new owner to give us a place to pray, but this is a holy healing blessing for Canada and for Toronto. So please help us to preserve it, and you won't regret it. God bless you.
Can I, yeah, Angela.
You could stay for a sec?
Angela,
Councillor Nunziata has a question for
just
you.
a question. So you support the recommendation that we have in the report today, right? Yeah. Okay, I
Okay,
just want to make
good,
sure
yeah.
that,
Yes.
I think we're
We're
all on the,
begging for it.
I think we're all on the same page, and
Okay,
that's what
good,
staff's
Nan.
recommending.
Francis, you know
Okay.
me. You've known me for 30 years. Under all
The next deputant is Adeba Harper. Good afternoon, welcome.
I've lived with the community over 20 years, and the property at 31 Weston Road has become a profound part of my life. From utilizing the fields, the community center, and spending countless cherished moments at the shrine. This place has shaped my family's life in countless ways. Many people call it a little piece of heaven on earth. Personally, there was times when I felt lost and desperate need of hope. I would find myself walking through the shrine's gates, even as late as 3 a.m., simply sit there and reflect. In those quiet moments, I felt the safest and the comfort I've ever been. It was preserved where my faith and spirit was renewed. I also had the honor of meeting Father Basil several times, whether it was through a quick chat, listening to one of his stories about the site, for those that even though added more depth to my connection to the shrine and its rich history. This place has also been a site of deeply personal miracles. I recall bringing family members who struggled to have children to the shrine. They prayed to Mother Mary and asked her, and within a year, I witnessed them holding their baby in their arms, even when the doctor said it was impossible. Stories like these aren't just unique to me, but they are recovered by countless others in the community. When I learned that the property was sold and the gates were closed, it was devastating, not just to me, but to so many who felt unbreakable bound with the sacred space. Feeling hopeless yet determined, I knew I could not stay silent. I took action by starting a social media group to keep the community informed, connected. Through this group, I provided updates, shared stories, and encouraged each other. Every evening, people gathered to pray and share their experiences. Through these gatherings, I met extraordinary individuals and listened to their incredible stories, miracles, healing, and rich history that extended my connection more to the shrine. Over time, we became a family. I spent hours listening to old members of the community who recount the history of the property, sharing pictures, even describing who planted the trees that still stand tall today. These stories have moved me deeply and strengthened my determination to protect the sacred space. Despite some challenges, we remained peaceful and held on to hope and faith, choosing to symbolize the very values that the shrine represents. In today's world filled with so much hate, division, and the struggle, places like the Marian Shroud of Gratitude are more than essential than ever. The shrine offers escape, source of hope, and a place to reflect people who are all walks of life. Today, I stand here, not on my own behalf, but also for those who cannot speak for themselves, those with language barriers, disabilities, and some that are even outside of Canada. I am begging you to revisit the rich history of this property and consider granting it heritage site.
Thank you very much, Adeba. That's your 3 minutes, okay?
Just one more sentence?
Oh, I'm feeling generous.
This isn't just preserving a building, it's protecting a legacy, the gardener's family's history, and the trees planted, the stories live today. Most importantly, the shrine that has touched so many lives. Why take a little piece of heaven from earth when we desperately all need it today? I'll conclude it there.
Adeba, I have a quick question, Mr. Chair.
Adeba, come on back.
Yeah,
So inspiring that Councillor Perruzza needs to ask you a question.
Councillor Perruzza does need to ask you a question. Yes. I'm sorry I should have asked it of Angie Carboni, but I'll ask you the question because I don't want Councillor Nunziata or some of the others to be under any illusion. So that beautiful shrine we saw there in the video, does that still exist there? Okay.
Absolutely
and
not.
are you able to attend the site currently?
No, its original gates are gated, and the owner, God bless his faith, he's put extra fence. I recently shared a recent video, which it breaks my heart. I shake when I go there now. I hate to say this, please forgive me, but it's turned into hell. But the faith and Mother Mary is still there asking for us to save the place.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to get that clarification on the record because I didn't want to leave the impression that it still exists, okay?
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Yosvani Mirabel?
Peace, brothers and sisters. Good afternoon, everybody. You can tell what is in the air, what brought us, all of us here to save the shrine of gratitude, the Marian shrine of gratitude. And that's why we're here. We're grateful. We're followers. We're faithful people that believe in God. And with faith comes the hope that you hear from every single one person in this room, including me. 2 weeks ago, Sister Angie brought me to the shrine. It's fenced, outgrowing weeds. It's been destroyed, but it's something they cannot take out of there. It's Mother Mary, she's there. And for all the peoples, all the devotees, all the people that believe and have faith, hope comes with it. Without hope, what we are. We got faith in all of you. I had seen this afternoon how hard is your job, how complicated, it gets. It's very strong to be standing here day by day like you guys do. But in your hands relies the responsibility with the power of. For us, it's with the power of our Lord, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and the Mother, that we come to tell you, please, help us. You guys have the opportunity. It's a place of, a sacred place with hope, with light, with truth, and with all that fire that bring us here to speak, to testify, and manifest to us that is possible. It is possible to all work together and save a place that it can be all worked around it together for a better future, because it's being done in Toronto. A lot of places have been saved. A lot of places have been conserved. A lot of places are being created in the matter of inclusiveness, of love, of hope and future. And the reality is that the faithful will remain. We will go there as I go sometimes at night, right now, -13, to pray. And I tell you, we will continue to pray, but we need your help, and that's what we're here for. We are here to tell you, it's already been determined 6 of the 9 things required to be heritage are approved, and they are proof that it can be done. Help us to do it. Give us hope, give us love, and give us what we need to keep, to keep our faith alive and to keep our Lord with all of you, because the Lord is love. And our Lord Jesus Christ is first. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Yosvani. Are there any questions? No? Robert Lyon? Robert? Go ahead.
Thanks for letting me speak. It's when I saw the picture of the shrine now, the video, it brought back so many memories. It's such a beautiful place, as I'm sure everybody can see in the video how beautiful it is. And you know what? We have so many people that are going to tell you more stories. Mine is just one, and I live in Orangeville, and I do real estate in Orangeville, and I have a wife and 3 kids, and my life, I consider my life is good. It's blessed today. I have a close relationship with God, and but 15 years ago, it wasn't like that. And you might think, why is somebody from Orangeville coming to Toronto? And I grew up in Toronto. Actually, I lived in North York. I had a good life until a certain time in my life, and then I hit a crisis point like a lot of us. And it was a dark time, and I turned to the wrong things, including alcohol. And, I was going down the wrong path. And, places like the Shrine when I visited the shrine, I felt the presence there, like the people behind me can attest to. It's such a wonderful place. And it truly transformed my life. I can say without a doubt I wouldn't be sitting here today if it wasn't for places like the shrine. It's such a valuable place. Really, if we let it go, we're doing such a disservice because, like we've heard, we don't have places like this. You know, you know, there's no words to describe it. And I noticed in the video too, there were young children walking around there, and that touched my heart because, like, we need places like this for our young people because, you know, we all hear stories about all the suffering and all the different things that they turn to that are not healthy things. And, you know, places like the shrine can and we, as we will hear and we've heard, can transform lives. It transformed my life, and it can transform so many other lives. It would be, it's such an invaluable, it's such a valuable place. And you know what, at the end, like I said, at the end of the day, really what's important in life, we have to, you know, we have to gauge that there's successes, right? We all like to have successes in our life, but really what's important, right? And it's our connection with friends and community at the end. I think that's what's really going to make the difference. And places like the shrine, they're so valuable in keeping families together and keeping people on the straight track. I mean, and you're going to hear more stories. Please find it in your heart to do something to try to save it. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you, Robert. Any questions? No? Salvatore Aiello? Are you online, Salvatore?
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can you hear me?
Welcome. You've got 3 minutes. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Salvatore Aiello, and I'm here today to talk about the serious situation concerning the Marian Shrine of Gratitude as a heritage site located at 3100 Weston Road, Toronto, Canada. Today, I would like to remember Father Basil, the founder of the Marian Shrine of Gratitude, and tell a bit of history so you can understand the reason of my presence here today. I would like to start with a personal experience at the shrine, and this is the reason why I'm supporting this cause. In 2007, I was having dinner with a friend of mine, Tony Mara. He was suffering, he still suffers today, of MS. And during the evening, I asked him, why never take in consideration a trip to Our Lady of Lourdes? And he told me that Our Lady of Lourdes was actually here in Toronto, at Weston and Shepherd. And he gave me a few details about Angie, Father Basil, what happened to him, and I was far away from God. I was not going to church, and I was in a very dark place. So I asked Tony if he can please arrange me a meeting with Angie and Father Basil. And after a few days, I was able to meet up with Angie and Father Basil. With Angie at the community center. And when I arrived, I actually arrived there with my brother. My brother was with me that day. And we were going down the stairs. All of a sudden, I heard a strong smell of roses. And I asked Angie where the smell was coming from. And she replied to me with a smile that Mother Mary was waiting for me for a very, very long time. And we stopped at the chapel in the community center. Me, my brother Angie, my brother sit down, me and Angie went up to the altar and we start praying. One moment, Angie told me, Mother Mary and Jesus are here, and they're taking all your sins out of you. And while we were praying, more I was feeling light. I feel like I was in heaven, even I was at the moment on earth. And I felt immediate change in myself. And at one point, I noticed my brother running out of the church. And after we finished praying, I asked him, I said, brother, why did you run out of the church? He said, you started shaking like a leaf. I said, but I didn't move at all. And that was a miracle that happened over there. And after I would like to and after I went down to the shrine and I went to talk and pray and meet Father Basil. And from there, it was born a beautiful relationship between me and him that I will always cherish in my heart forever. And I would like to talk about another experience that happened to a friend of my wife and a dear friend of mine, Jennifer. She suffered, unfortunately, of bone cancer. And I brought up to her the story of the shrine, and she comes from a very religious background, and she said, please bring me
Salvatore,
there.
I'm
Yes.
afraid you're at the end of your time. Okay?
Can I just finish quickly, 30 seconds, the story?
3 seconds.
30 seconds, please.
No,
30
I'm afraid I
seconds, please,
can't do
because
that
it's a
for you.
beautiful
One last
story.
sentence.
Okay, basically, Jennifer had a miracle over there at the shrine. I was with them present. She arrived over there with a wheelchair, and after praying and smelling again the roses, praying with Father Basil, she was able to walk down to the shrine and by herself without no wheelchair whatsoever.
Thank you
And
very much.
she.
Thank you very much for that story,
You're
both
very
of those
welcome.
stories. Are there questions? No? Next, I have Roxana Rock. Roxana? Hi, welcome.
A little PowerPoint. It's a little bit longer than 3 minutes, but the most part is the video. There are some scenes when I was in the hospital.
Can we have some AV help, please?
Sylvia is not here.
Oh, Sylvia, Roxanne, he said.
No. Sylvia is not here, so can she have a few more minutes? It's really worth what she
Oh,
wants to say.
he said Roxana.
Yeah, no, it's your turn.
Okay.
Hello.
Sorry, Roxana's online? No.
Where did we have you plugged in?
Oh, I'm right here.
On the side.
Okay. Sorry, I got 3 people telling me things here.
Oh, this way.
You're Roxana.
As
Welcome.
Oh,
Sylvia's online.
she's online, yeah. She's waiting.
Yeah. Sylvia?
Okay, this video.
Hi, just one sec.
Yeah.
Sylvia, we're just going to promote her. I just need to check in that she's happy to share her time, okay?
Oh, we need to have the sound hooked up. Remember how it wasn't working last time?
While we're getting the video set up.
There we go. Okay, making sure that that's working. Okay.
Oh, is it? Oh, no video? Okay. So this is.
Okay, so Sylvia is disconnected from the meeting. I'm going to take it on faith that you had it worked out with her that you could have her time, okay?
I was on the list
I'll
as
give you
well.
6 minutes.
Okay. Here's a little video about my catastrophic car accident in 2010.
On November 21st, 2010, Roxana Rack's life changed in the blink of an eye. She had been driving on Highway 401 just outside Kingston when she became involved in a serious collision, putting her face to face with what could have been her final moments. Veronica, a Frontenac County paramedic, was first to arrive on scene.
She was in here, like in this lane, and the car was somewhere over here.
Roxana had been thrown from the vehicle. She was unconscious in the roadway, bleeding, and had stopped breathing. But there was hope. Roxana's heart was still beating. Veronica recalls knowing if she could help Roxana breathe, she would still have a fighting chance.
I remember the glass that was in her eyes from the car, and I kept wanting to brush it.
No, that was the paramedic who gave me CPR. Yeah, as I'm saying, you can go ahead. Sure. As I'm speaking, right? So they didn't do a surgery here in Canada, in Kingston, Ontario. They didn't want to fix it in Trillium Hospital. I saw 10 doctors. I had a seizure 2012. My bone flap fell in 2.5 centimeters, touching my brain membrane. I saw 10 neurosurgeons in Canada. They didn't do good reports, so I went to Miami, I went to Cleveland, I went to Germany, I went to Poland, and I saw 5 doctor neurosurgeons in England to do my repair operation on my bone flap. Until I found 2013, 3 doctors were involved, surgery. And thanks to God that I didn't have to have 2 surgeries, I didn't have to have a shunt in my head. basically takes half of my life away. They removed the shunt because they said they did it incorrectly here in Canada. And if I waited 1 more month, I would have fallen asleep or have never woken up. And after the hospital, I came out in a wheelchair. I was paralyzed. And as my parents told that the Marine Shrine of Gratitude prayed for me, many people prayed for me, and there's a lot of masses. So please, let's go there and see where this location is. So my dad and mom took me there. And then they said, okay, I came in the wheelchair. And my dad said, get up, right? I'm like, no, I can't move. He's like, get up with my assistance. So as I stood up, I basically got up and I took a couple of steps first, and I went to a lot of processions, right? And every weekly I went there to give him a wish for 3 years to find a neurosurgeon, which I told you, in Johns Hopkins, Baltimore, Maryland, as I had my last surgery. And I wish I would show you pictures of me in the wheelchair in Weston, and how I was standing beside Father Basil, and how he came to Kingston, Ontario 4 times with Father Myron, and Trillium Hospital weekly, just to pray over me, and how there's blood in my head, that I need another surgery, but Father Basil was saying a rosary, and he did a CT scan, no surgery needed. And there's a situation with my leg, because I had a fractured femur as well, and my other leg was also injured. And my dad said, please, Jesus Christ, Mother Mary, for her not to have another surgery. And the knee just popped back in place. And then the swelling went down, and then I didn't need another surgery on my left leg.
The pictures that you want to show.
No, it's a PowerPoint.
Roxana,
Yes.
why don't you just keep telling your story? You were doing it quite beautifully.
Okay, yes. So basically that's the story.
Sometimes technology doesn't help.
Yeah. And I just want to show you some pictures and how the paramedic said I'm a walking miracle. And thanks to God, I'm standing here alive because of many miracles on the shrine. And that's where I was.
Okay.
No volume.
Shattered like you've never been before. The life you knew in 1,000 pieces on the floor.
I've been in a coma for 2 months.
In times like these, when this world drives you to your knees, you think you're never gonna get back to the you they used to be.
Bleeding tube on my neck.
Tell your heart to beat.
And that's the Bible that Father Basil brought for me from Rome. As you see him right beside me, that's my home. I couldn't remove my left side of my body.
Step into the light.
And that's the Marine Shrine. There's like hundreds of people praying for me, as you see on the images. And you see a procession on the field.
Tell your heart to beat again.
As you notice how many people are on the procession, and how my dad was holding me as I'm going through the procession.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Next, I'm going to go to Peter Scully. Peter? Peter Scully. No? Ida Palma? Good afternoon, Ida.
you. Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Okay.
You've got
Thank you
3
for
minutes
having
to
me.
address the committee.
Before me, you have Mama Mary, Jesus.
Could you move closer to the microphone, please, so that
course,
we can hear,
with
so
your
the folks
request, I
online
will.
can hear you?
Okay.
There you go.
Good afternoon to everybody. Peace be with you. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Okay. I have lots to say about Mama Mary in that place there over there. I brought a lot of people. They were healed, not just physically, but also spiritually. And also money-wise. Somebody told me a lot of stories. Anyway, I might make it short. I'm a Rosary Apostle at the volunteer in the school, so I have a lot to say. Anyway, also I have the Holy Spirit in me. And plus I bring communion to the sick every Wednesday at the house behind the Memorial River. And also I'm daughter St. Paul Corporate. Everything is volunteer. Okay, what I want to say, so don't mind me if I talk too much with the way I talk, because I have Mama Mary in my heart, the Holy Spirit, and I'm sincerely, it's not me talking, it's them. Okay, what I want to say, that place over there is absolutely sacred. It's a sacred, yes. Yeah. I remember when in 1 year, matter of 3 or 4 months, 3 special people got the took. Okay, this will be done. So my daddy 6 months before my husband, then Dominic, my husband. Then a month after my husband was my brother Albert. And he wasn't married. When we opened up the document, Ida Palmer is the next of kin. Ooh. Imagine I was shopping on St. Clair for his clothing, for his funeral place at the cemetery, Prospect Cemetery, and the mass. But I had a lot of strength, spiritual and mentally and strength. Why? Because Mama Mary at the Shrine de Gratitude, she helped me. She called me, come, especially with no people over here. Kneel down in front of me, close your eyes, and just attract your mic picture. So actually, children, if you don't know when you see something, especially when it's a saint, you know. So first you straight you look at, then you close your eyes. It's all in front of you. So anyway, Mama Mary, we went to pray with all our faith, with all our strength. She was with us, and she responded according to what was right for us, because she went to her holy son. He's the king, remember, he's the king. So, and asked if it was okay for so-and-so, this. If it wasn't, we felt it. I did. All my friends I brought over there too, they said, no, Ida didn't respond to me because it's no good for you. Not everything is good for everybody, I said. Keep it praying. And what is and what it gave to you is what is yours to be well. So the most important thing, rosary. That's how I tell my children at the school. I say the rosary. I tell your mom and dad never go to bed before you have rested the rosary alone. I come from a family 8. Not there us we could go. Finish the day, if in the evening, late in the evening, around the fireplace. Yeah, okay, I know.
Okay.
I know.
I'm gonna have
So
to
I'm
stop
sorry,
you
I
there.
told you before.
I know.
I'm Italian.
Thank you so
I like
much.
to chat. But I'm saying
Thank
the
you
truth.
so much, Ida. I have to go on to the next deputant now, okay? Thank you. Next, I'm going to call Oksana Kivan. Oksana Kivan. Is Oksana online? No. Gianfranco Cristiano? Gianfranco, I understand you're online. Can you hear me?
Hello, yes, I'm here.
Welcome.
hear
You
me?
have 3 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you want.
Thank you for your time. Good afternoon, everyone. As you can hear, multiple stories. Everybody has their own story in which they feel close to the Marian Shrine of Gratitude and to this property. I always found this place as a place of solace, place where I can meditate and just gather my thoughts. But instead of telling you my personal story, I'd like to mention some facts. And some facts that we need to really, really consider is this. The Marian Shrine of Gratitude has been there for many, many years, before it was even a thought of, being purchased at all. we have to remember that this was and will always be a landmark. This property was sold without any knowledge. There was not anybody mentioned that this property was for sale. This property was never listed. This property, by fax, was sold privately, and Mr. Baps had the knowledge of knowing what was at that site. Just like the Heritage Committee says, you did a 5-minute search, you'll see that there was an application made pre-COVID to make this landmark a heritage site. Also, when you're buying a property and you're planning development on a property that's majority floodplains, there's the Humber River there, it's protected by the Conservation Authority, you're always going to submit plans to the city to see what you can do at that site. That was never done. And another point that I want to make that's a fact. Everybody who has property in the city receives an impact assessment of their property. And everybody knows that properties are never sold below impact assessments. So if I have a bungalow that's impact assesses at $800,000, I'm not selling it for $800,000. It's probably being sold for $1 million, $2 million, $3 million. This property was assessed at $23 million by impact, and it was sold for $16 million. Now you might say that's not very relevant or important. No, there's red flags here on this property and the way it was purchased and what the plans are for this property. So I understand that, you know, we tried to work with Mr. Baps, and I apologize that he's in this situation, but you're trying to remove a landmark that's been there for many, many years. Also, he made it very difficult by putting up fences when there was an active lease by the city, which is us, the people, or the city, to use the fields, to use the Humber Line pathway. I have a cousin of mine who's part of a cycling group. They always ride their bikes and cut through there. He completely blocked that off, whether that's legal or not. He's making it very difficult to even assess that property. We need to really consider what this is to the people. And I know that Samuel Baps has the last say, but he's going to play the race card of discrimination, which is very offensive to people that actually suffer from racism and discrimination.
Gianfranco, I'm afraid you've come to the end of your time.
And stops him.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to stop there. Okay.
Make this a heritage site.
Thank you
very much for your time.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? No? Next, I have Iola Fortino. Hello. You know, you don't have to.
Okay.
Make yourself comfortable.
Thank you. I love that I just emailed and I got a chance to speak. It was like quick, not like the school trustees. Anyways, I'm so happy to be here, and I owe it to Father Basil because, you know, he helped me, and he was the only one that stood by me, and I needed protection there regarding agendas. But anyways, so and Robert Ford, I hope we love you and pray for us that this not only become a heritage, but that we speed up the process. Because from what I understand, speaking is that it's going to be a long time. And how can we have those gates closed? Can we not speed it up? Can the city not buy it? Is there any loophole that we can get this place open again? You know, this is a holy place. It's not a regular heritage place. It's a place that Mother Mary opened up because of the miracle with Father Basil. You know, he was gardening. He was blinded. He asked Mother Mary, "Please help me, and I'll build you build you a shrine to thank you." And that's the way gratitude came. So it's like, this is something that Mother Mary built. We can't mock her. We can't be, these fences cannot be closed. This place cannot be closed, you know, and I understand, like, speaking today, I didn't even know it was closed. I just want to tell you I didn't even know it was closed. I want to tell you my little story, how I came about it. And it's mother chairs, whatever we had. So I walked up the hill, and I turned to my right, and it's like, wow, it felt like I just went in, and it's like, I was very nervous and exasperated. When I came out of there, I just felt a certain peace, and I was smiling instead of downtrodden. You know, my sons noticed it. They notice everything, these kids. So, you know, it was just by happenstake that I ended up at that beautiful shrine. Then from there, I met Father Basil, and we became great friends. So seeing him in a picture, you know, we became great friends. And when he was sent to away, it was like it broke my heart. I couldn't even go back there. Like, he was sent away, and the other priest took over. And I don't know how it was sold, but this is like, you know, like if they build anything near there, I'm telling you, you know, anything, because it's just going to cause, I mean, they've bought the house, but let's leave that area a shrine, you know, let's leave it, because Mother Mary's wants other people to come, to go up that hill like I did during times of travel. Maybe your children, your grandchildren, your friends, your family are going to go there, are going to experience the same thing. And you know, then my kids went there, and I was so happy because we needed it, you know, at the time. But and you know, the other story, and then I found out.
I have to ask you to stop there.
Okay,
There
I just
isn't
wanted
time
to say
for a
one
second
thing.
story. Just one last sentence, okay?
And then I found out the Gardner family, it was owned by the Gardner, and he was a worldly guy, but then he converted, and that's how this shrine all started. He sold
Okay,
it to the
thank you very
God bless
much
you.
for that. Oh, just a second, Iola. Councillor Crisanti wants to ask you a question.
Yeah, no, there's a few more deputants. I just want to quickly understand and clarify something in everyone's mind, maybe just my own.
Sure.
So who closed the shrine? Is it the previous owner or the new owner when the new owner purchased it?
Sorry.
The shrine is closed. Let me start with that.
Yes.
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 Who closed it?
Who closed it? The people that have purchased it. No, it's in our hearts, but sorry, we need it open to go there and put the statues back.
So the people who
Like,
purchased it closed it.
You can't mock God. Like, you know, there's going to be a fire nearby, and it's not going to be at the shrine.
No, please, just
Sorry.
answer my question. Who closed it? The people.
I need order in the room.
Yeah,
People, no,
maybe
I'm
she
very
can answer
sorry.
better.
I'm very sorry.
Okay.
She can answer, because that just came on to, yeah.
All right, I'll ask
But I
that.
believe
No worries.
the new purchasers who closed it, the
Yes,
new
okay,
purchasers.
thank you. That's it.
Thank you, yeah. And maybe the priest on behalf of, right, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Irene Tavares. Is Irene online? No? Okay. Tim Lambrionis. Tim? Not online? No? Marie Dave? Oh, sorry. Hi, who are you? Hi, welcome.
Thank you. Been here all day, and introduce myself.
Before you start, Tim, guys, the acoustics in these rooms are not great, so if many people are talking, we can't all hear each other, and we might miss someone's name being called, okay? So I know you're very passionate about this, but if we can just keep it down a little, then we can hear the deputants better, all right? Tim, you've got 3 minutes. You can start as soon as you're ready.
All right, thanks. Okay, yeah. I'm a former board member of the Emery Village BIA, one of the founding board members, currently sitting as the chair of the Arts and Heritage Subcommittee of the BIA. And it's my great pleasure today to give a little photographic tour of Percy Gardner and Gertrude Gardner and what this historical building, how it all came about. So Edith George already commented about the technical aspects, but in terms of number 9, where the property was not considered to be a landmark, it has been a landmark since 1930 when it was being built. And the Toronto Star ran a story of this future beautiful building that was going to be built by Percival Ryan Gardner. And the building turned into much more of a historical significance to the community. Percy Gardner and Gertrude were philanthropists. He earned his money through brass and through the Toronto Stock Exchange, and they were giving charitable donations to whomever really wanted it. They held lavish parties, fundraising parties during the 1930s with the $75,000 swimming pool that they talked about building, and they giving all the money to charity. The one thing that was missing in the staff report, I just want to point out as something technical, Councillor, it's the definition is cultural heritage, value or interest. The staff report excluded the or interest part, and that is particularly important because under the Ontario Heritage Act, it talks about the public interest. One thing I wanted to point out, which was missed, was the significant impact to the area, to the Toronto Carrying Place and our Indigenous ancestors. As you can see, the Toronto Carrying Place went right by there. Further supporting that it was considered to be a landmark, this is a map that was drawn by Percy Gardner on how to get up to his estate cottage during the time. And as you can see, you could travel down from Toronto and head up here on Weston Road. My last little bit, I just wanted to run through some of the photographs of the Crang that took over in 1950 and the significance of Crang's Pond. So this was taken in 1932, and this is prior to Crang's Pond being built. You can see this gravel pit area. This one here is taken in 1950, just slightly before. Down here is the gravel pit area. Another further one from 1950. This is prior to the pond being in place. That's a little more clear in view. Right here is at the time, the Crang Estate. This is the home. This is Shepherd and Weston. And Crang's Pond would turn up right here. 13 seconds. Okay, so the last one is, you can see Crang's Pond is finally there when they quarried the gravel, and it filled in by 1953. And I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tim. Are there any questions? No, seeing none, thank you so much. The next deputy and I have listed is Marie Day. Marie? Hi, Marie, I understand you're online. Can you hear me? Marie, can you make sure that you've unmuted your microphone? Just be patient, please.
Hello? Hello?
Hi, Marie, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody.
Can you make sure you're really close to your microphone and speaking directly into it so we can hear you clearly?
Yes, thank you. Am I clear?
Yes, you are.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Marie Dave, and I want to share how the Marian Shrine of Gratitude has brought hope to my life and many others. First point is the healing of my personal struggles. In 2014, I faced a precancerous tumor, which made me feel lost and alone. The Marian Shrine became a peaceful place for me to reflect and find comfort. When I looked at Mother Mary's face at the grotto, I felt a sense of love and warmth that words cannot capture. It felt like she was encouraging me to trust her, let go of my worries, and find my way back home. This moment lifted a heavy burden from me, and I returned to the shrine 2 more times, seeking the beauty and strength I had found there. I feel like a small part of the many stories of healing that have happened at the shrine. I later discovered more about the shrine through YouTube videos showcasing the healings of different individuals, cases that may seem impossible to cure. Second point is the Marian Shrine as an aid to our healthcare system. Father Basil Sembalista founded the Marian Shrine of Gratitude in 2005. He wrote a book called A Memorial of Gratitude, where he shares over 20 real cases of healing, such as people who were once blind being able to see, and those who were crippled walking again. These stories demonstrate how the shrine has transformed lives. Canada needs the shrine, especially since we face a crisis in our healthcare system that Premier Ford described as hallway healthcare. It is important to protect the sacred site. Third point, the Marian Shrine of Gratitude benefits our school system. Many schools visit this beautiful place, whether they be for reasons such as field trips and conferences, allowing young children and teenagers to enjoy wholesome activities with their families. It provides a unique space for connection with nature and God that they may not find in public parks. Fifth point, the Marian Shrine of Gratitude is a place that provides a venue for musical talents. Young people with musical talents held youth rallies at the shrine, using its outdoor performance spaces to improve their skills through music festivals. In 2008, a youth concert rally was held at the shrine where there were at least 1,000 youth in attendance. In summary, the Marian Shrine of Gratitude welcomes everyone, regardless of their faith or background. It is a safe place where people can escape the challenges of daily life and reconnect with their spirituality. This diversity of visitors shows why we need to advocate for the shrine's heritage designation.
Oksana?
Thank you.
Or Marie, sorry, Marie.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. I got ahead of myself there. Now I'm going to call on Oksana. Oksana Kevin, I understand you're online.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hello?
Sorry, we couldn't
okay.
connect before, but now we've got you back.
Yeah, I appreciate. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee. Can you hear me again? Because it's talking.
Perfect.
Hello? Yeah, okay. My name is Oksana Kaivan. I support 100% designation as the heritage of this miracle place of Marian Shrine of Gratitude, where thousands of people receive blessing, peace, and help in their life. We need to save this place for Toronto. It is true gift like Lourdes, Fatima from God and Mother Mary. We need it especially now when so many bad things happen in the world. We need God's help, grace and mercy to restore our hearts and soul. First time I came to Marian Shrine of Gratitude was in 2010. My friend took me there. At this time of my life, I suffered from a little nervous breakdown and anxiety. I needed help to find peace in my mind and heart, and I found there at the miracle place called Marian Shrine of Gratitude. Today, when I see on the TV, like 45% of young people in Toronto are mentally ill and need help in their young life, they need miracle place like this. I am sure that this is even better therapy than going to psychiatrist, which is also good, but unfortunately, young people cannot afford it because it's very expensive, $60, $70 per hour, like you know. Canadian statistics shows that 60,000 people died from maid suicide last year. It's terrible. They lost hope. The place like this will help them to heal and restore their lives. We need this gift from God in Canada now than ever. Don't you agree? I know like Angela Carboni, who used to work in school at this property for so many years. She has an amazing group of people who works with the children and youth, teaching them how to start to believe in God and themselves and turn their lives around and get hope. She used to bring around 10,000 children and young people a year to retreat from many schools in Toronto daily, and we witnesses all that. Also, the example during the COVID, all churches were closed, but the Mary Shrine was open 24/7, and we were coming at the time because the gate was always open and Mother Mary was waiting for us. And now I'm begging you all to make the right decision to save the Marian Shrine of Gratitude in Toronto for Canada, for our kids, grandkids, and generation to come. Also, I would like to ask Mr. Samuel to give us permission to restore that peace of heaven on the earth. By the way, he told us that he's a Catholic and his kids are going to Catholic school. So he and his family will be blessed by God forever if they help us to restore it.
Thank you very much. Members, I've had a request that we just take a 5-minute break. We're at bare quorum, so we need to just take a break for 5 minutes, okay? We'll be right back. We will be back, I promise. All those in favor, opposed, carried. What I'm going to do is ask the clerk to speak to you, okay? All right, thank you. Easy now. Okay, we've got quorum back in the room. Okay. Next, the next deputant I have listed is Santiago Novillo. Santiago's not here? Okay, I still have to call folks, okay? Just relax. Olga Rubino? Olga's online. Olga, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Hello, Olga, welcome. You've got 3 minutes. You can address the committee as soon as you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you so much. Just trying to start the video here. Okay, it doesn't work. That's fine. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm here to plea for the support of maintaining 3100 Weston Road as a heritage property to be preserved in its original state. I'm a retired French immersion high school department head and supervising principal of elementary international schools. And just trying to, okay. And I have served the community in education for over 40 years. I've also worked as course director at the Faculty of Ed in preparing new teachers to teach languages, and I currently teach at the University of Toronto. My plea for keeping the site as a heritage site as it is twofold. The first reason is based on education and the historical validity of our unique history and education in Ontario. And the second one is a personal connection through family and also through faith. So the first one, Catholic education. School building and chapel. The building exists since 1962. It houses a chapel as well. Education and regular religious practices were held in the chapel as an integral part of Catholic education. The historical piece here is that research papers have been written which have given evidence to the importance of the historical movement that took place in the 1800s through the British North America Act, and also to the famous tiny township case in 1925. And because of these two historical movements in education, there has been the creation of Catholic schools in the province of Ontario, which is unique to Canada. The preservation of the school as is, the chapel as is, the property as is, honors the importance of this history in Ontario. The second point that I would make is on a personal and faith-based reason. Personally, my aunt, Esterina Colagori, who's now 97 years of age, she, along with at least 20 other people, have been involved for over 17, 18 years in volunteer work and in helping to maintain and to grow, to help the community to grow in faith through the shrine. The Marian Shrine served the spiritual needs of many people from all walks of life, regardless of religion, gender, nationality, cultural background, or affiliation. And all people are welcome. She has been a personal witness to many and to myself as well as to the many miracles that have taken place.
Hi, I'm sorry, your 3 minutes are up. Thank you so much.
Okay, that's it. Thank you so
you.
much. Bye-bye. Bye.
Next, I have Derek Ferguson. Angela Sagasi. She's gone. Penny Lyon. Penny Lyon. Oh, hi, Penny. Welcome. Good afternoon, Penny.
We would all like to go to shrines such as Garibaldi, Knox in Ireland, and Lourdes in France. Mother Mary. I would like to speak to you as a grandmother. I have 2 wonderful grandchildren, and we would go to the shrine and we would say the Hail Mary and the Divine Mercy and explain to them about the Stations of the Cross. They are so impressionable, and they ask you many questions. And now they have a rosary group in their home. We need to keep this sacred space given to us by Mother Mary. It is such a blessing to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person I have is John Smith. Good afternoon, John.
Hello, there's a few of us high parking up here, so
Okay.
just want to make sure that
Away
we're
you go.
recognized. I'd like to thank you very much for your support today, and especially Councilor Perusa for his support as well. Thank you very much for your day. Good night.
Teresa Lubinsky. Online, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
Good. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Teresa Lubinsky, and I am the school trustee at the Etobicoke Lakeshore and Parkdale High Park of the Toronto Catholic District School Board. Again, I'd like to thank Councillor Anthony Perusa and Councillor James Pasternak for submitting a motion to the City Council to request heritage designation at 3100 Weston Road. This motion proposed complete protection of River Maid, the Gardner family's former country estate, and the Marian Shrine of Gratitude located at 3100 Weston Road, steps away from the banks of the Humber River. The Gardner's family opened their home, River Maid, to various charities and organizations, such as the Red Cross and Group Number 3 of the Women's Auxiliary of the St. Clair YMCA. The First Nations of North America used the properties trail as part of a trade group that connected northern and western Canada with Mexico's Gulf. In 1958, the Basilian Fathers purchased River Maid to use it as a monastery and later filled in the outer swimming pool. This area evolved into a prayer garden called the Marian Shrine of Gratitude, where the public was welcomed and where Father Basil Simbalista created a Marian Shrine of Gratitude. After he passed away in 2018, the shrine remained public. People from Toronto and various parts of the world have visited the shrine. My family and I have been going there for about a decade. Additionally, I know the spiritual value of the place from the people from different cultures who have visited the place. I was fortunate to see the interior of the house. The well-maintained original and historical structure is extraordinary. The City of Toronto needs to acknowledge the historical and cultural significance of River Maid and the architectural value of the home, the significance of the Gardner family in Toronto's history, and the evolution of the Marian Shrine of Gratitude as a prayer garden loved by thousands of people from various cultures. It uniquely merges old and new values. The city needs to recognize its historical sites through the eyes of new Canadians and immigrants, and River Maid offers that opportunity. In the fall of 23, I began working with my colleagues at the Toronto Catholic District School Board to protect the property at 3100 Weston Road. Together, we formed a motion that passed unanimously, requesting that the City of Toronto designate the former Gardner family summer resort, the former Basilian Monastery House, including Marian Shrine of Gratitude, as a heritage site protected by the Ontario Heritage Act. In this forgotten northwest corner of Toronto, no property stands with this wealth of heritage value. As an elected official, I am entrusted to protect people's needs, and I'm here to represent a number of my constituents from Etobicoke Lakeshore and Parkdale High Park. The Marian Shrine of Gratitude
Teresa,
is the heritage of
Teresa,
New Toronto.
I'm sorry,
Yes,
your 3 minutes is up. Thank you so much for your deputation.
Mr. Chair, can I use a little bit extra? There's a lot of people that missed the presentation, so,
Teresa,
we saved quite
I'd
a
love
bit.
to be able to give everyone extra time, but I really just can't. We've had
Okay,
a lot of
just-
deputations today, and in fairness, I've been limiting everybody, okay?
Okay, just one sentence, Mr. Chair.
One more sentence.
Okay, I would like to ask that the City of Toronto listens to its people.
Thank you very much. The next deputant I have listed is Samuel Babs. Welcome, Samuel.
Good afternoon, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for giving the opportunity to speak to you today about this situation. Thank you. Can you hear me now? Perfect. My name is Samuel Babs. I'm the property owner, 3100 Weston Road, and also a developer out of North York. 8 days after we purchased this property, back in 2023, August, the councillor Peruta sprung into action. He informed the city staffers that he wanted my property designated for its religious attachment as well as the the history of the house. One day after I closed the deal, the Toronto Catholic School Board sent a memo both to the city and the province, both that the city and the province ought to designate the sites as protected under the Heritage Act. In other words, the councillor used the ruse that due to the site's
Samuel,
Marian
I'm
Shrine.
going to pause your time, okay? This is something that I, from time to time, have to say to deputants. The decisions that we make are decisions of the entire council. Okay, I ask you please to talk to the policy issues and not an individual, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so based on the rules, I'm gonna state the facts. The facts is this: I purchased the property and I feel that the councillor, again, I can't help but to say that, because that's the subject, that's the subject matter, came after me and wanted to designate my property as heritage.
Okay. Samuel, I explained this once already. I'm explaining it again. If you want to speak to the public policy issues or the actions of the government of the City of Toronto, that's fine. But what we don't do here is single out individuals, okay? If I have to ask you again, then I'm going to stop your deputation. Do we understand each other?
I have to try to keep my statement, because my statement is all surrounding that. So.
If you can't speak just to the public policy issues and the actions of the government overall, then I'm going to have to ask you to stop.
Sounds
so
good.
Why don't you try to talk to the public policy issues and the actions of the government, okay?
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Now, I think where the matter stands at the moment is we are working very closely with the public. We've given the public access to our property to continue the religious prayers that's been occurring on our property. So as far as we're concerned on the public, we are on good terms. The problem right now is that they expanded the heritage to the community center to basically impede our development. The mayor's mandate is obviously to provide more housing in the city of Toronto. We purchased this property for $16.5 million with intention of providing over 2,000 units to the community, which is very much needed. And our project includes rental housing, affordable housing for the member of the public. Unfortunately, we have basically been our development has been impeded by the process of trying to designate the entire property as heritage, which is completely unfounded. So unfortunately, this matter obviously will end up in OLT, if approved by the board, and ultimately end up in court. So if that's where we want to end up, no problem, let's go ahead. But the public has our full support. The public can continue to use the property for prayers. We are not fighting with the public. We're here to work with the public. Angie and I are good friends. We text each other all the time about this particular issue. The main issue here is expanding the heritage to the community center that has no heritage value whatsoever to impede our development, which again contradicts the mayor's mandate to provide housing for the people of Toronto. That's my main concern.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? No? Oh, Councillor Myers has a question for you. Okay.
Through you, Chair. So just to be clear, today, if I were to go there, could I visit the shrine?
The shrine has been dismantled by the previous owner.
Okay. So your position is that you have no issue with providing the land that the shrine was on previously for the community to pray. You have an issue, though, with extending that heritage designation to include the community center, which would impede the development overall.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Nunziata.
Just a question. So when you purchased, did you purchase the property from someone else? You're the second owner of the site?
We purchased it from the church.
Or you purchased it from the church? So when you purchased it, were you not aware the heritage and the shrine and the community center, were you not aware of what was surrounding your site?
We knew that the property had a shrine on it, and the fathers, we interviewed the father about that, and they told us that as far as the church is concerned, and matter of fact, that then the church sent a memo to the members and the public, which state that the shrine is not really recognized by Rome. And again, that's the father's position when we purchased the property. But our intention from the very beginning is to retain the house. The house, I love the house. The house is of fantastic heritage value, and the pole where the shrine basically resides. So we had no intention in destroying the house or the pole. Our main development basically limits to the community center, which is where we plan to demolish and build housing, affordable housing for the people of Toronto. But now we know what's going on with the intention of, try to expand whatever the shrine into the community center, which doesn't correlate. There's no correlation between both.
Well, maybe not to you, but to the community there is.
Questions, please.
So are you saying that you cannot, you cannot build your development at all if this is designated?
Well, it's going to affect the marketability of the property.
Well, you still have.
It's going to decrease the value of the property tremendously. And
why would it decrease?
Because if people know that the property is in heritage, first and foremost, lenders won't touch it. And it's just going to affect the marketability, is the facts.
Wow, okay.
And that's gonna impede the mayor's mandate to provide housing to the people of Toronto. Which
I understand the mayor's mandate, but also we understand the community's concerns as well, right?
Questions?
Yeah. Okay, no, that's it, thanks.
Okay.
That our interest aligns with the public. We are working with the public by giving them access. Matter of fact, I think we were meant to talk about allocating a land at the back to the public where they can have the shrine, and they can continue worshiping God or Jesus from that particular part. But if our entire development has been impeded through this process, then I think it's totally unfair.
Okay.
And we're not gonna stand by, just watch, because we've invested a lot of money. We could have taken our money somewhere else and buy a much bigger land and have a happy day. We chose to invest over $20 million into this property, and now we see our investment going down the drain. Obviously, we're not gonna sit down and watch that happen. So that's my position.
Okay. Councillor Crisanti, do you have questions?
Quickly, and I know it's getting really late. So did I just hear you say that you are prepared to allocate a portion of your property for the public to come and pray and continue the use of the shrine, and also to rebuild the shrine, because I understand you said that it's been taken down. Is that correct?
That's correct. To give you a little background, I went to a Catholic school growing up, right? St. Patrick's Grammar School. That was my school. I spent over 15 years in the school. My whole family, we came from Catholic background. So I'm not against the religion. I'm not against the faith. Matter of fact, it's a joyful thing when I see people at the property praying and walk. They're very peaceful people. We have no problem with them. So me and my partners have decided that we will allocate a portion of the property toward very close by to where they were before. And I've told Angie this as well, the leader, that we're gonna assign allocated land for them to continue worshiping the worshipers, basically. But now using this process and expanding this process to the community center, it makes absolutely no sense to me. It's just an abuse of power. Because what does the community center got to do with the pool and the shrine? There's absolutely no correlation between both.
But I can understand why they want that to happen. Anyway,
They're not even
that's my
asking.
question, Chair.
They're not even asking for the community center. They want the pool area.
Okay, folks, we listen to each other with respect here, okay? Thank you. Continue.
Right. The public aren't asking for the community center. What the public want, in accordance to Angie, the leader, is the pool area. They want to be by the pool area, close to the pool, somewhere close by the pool, right? To continue doing to continue to worship. We have no problem with that. So what does the community center got to do? Community center is actually very far from the pool area. So what does that got to do with I just don't get it.
Okay, I understand. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, okay. In future, you should go before the members of the committee, okay? Councillor Perruzza?
I did not know that the questions were headed in this direction. So I just want to get some clarity as well. So are you saying that you're prepared to let the community go inside the fence that's been erected around the former shrine / pool area to celebrate? Is that, or is it someplace outside the fence?
I think what we've all agreed to is that, and Angie's a very reasonable lady, we've talked about this. The properties are, we have a house on the property, which obviously will retain, and the property and the pool area goes together. So you can't separate the house from the garden. Every property must have a garden, and the garden belongs to the residents that reside at the house. So I think it's quite unreasonable to expect the residents of the house share the garden with the public. They need the privacy. So Angie understands the fact that we have to allocate a little area close to the pool. Might not be in the pool exactly where it was before, but somewhere close by. And I think that's a reasonable resolution to this matter.
Would that be on the land that the city is currently leasing, or is it on the land that are not part of the lease inside the fence?
It's inside the fence.
Clearer.
It's inside the fence.
Inside the fence, okay. All right, fair enough.
Are those all the questions?
So then you would take those fences down?
We can't take the fences down because that's a private property, sir. People need the privacy, I'm sure. Would you take your fences down in your house?
No. Okay, so, okay, I think I'm clear on that.
I think it's very fair, right?
So, last question. You indicated heritage designate. You know that the lands there have been on the heritage registry of the city since 1997.
Correct.
Sorry?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Fair.
But again, limited to the house.
Sorry?
Limited to the house, not the community center. The community center is not of heritage value, and you know that.
Okay.
And I think the problem is this whole thing is just a waste of time. It's wasting your time. It's wasting taxpayers' money. I think it's going to end up in the OLT, and OLT is going to strike it down. That's the end of it.
Okay. I believe that's all the questions. Yes? Are there any questions of staff? No. Councillor Perruzza as the visiting member first.
Are we done with the speakers? There's nobody else on the list? No?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just have one very short, I understand the hour is late, and I don't want to belabor this. Just very, very briefly, because we've lost sight of what we are doing here today, what is the Preservation Board report recommendation to this committee? What does it do? Briefly.
Through the chair, at present, the recommendation is that the property at 3100 Weston Road be designated. Currently, the property is a contiguous nearly 14 acres, which is the original size of the residence lot. It represented in the designation is a description of the value of the house, and there are a number of values in the report stated, and the grounds in behind, the terraces, all the original work that was done to the rear. So when you look at a heritage designation, what you have to do is understand what the attributes are. So it's not just about where the boundary is, it's what is noted in the designation bylaw itself. We recognized at this stage that the house was the known quantity of value with the area in behind. And because we are now coming to understand the value of some modernist buildings in the city, and also understood the relationship of the chapel and the school to the house, we would agree that they are in separate places. They are not unrelated, but for the purposes of this designation, we didn't want to move forward on something we hadn't yet considered. So the part 2 of the recommendation is a request that staff take a look at the values of those of that individual building, essentially, and also to understand the relationship of the Humber River Valley as it pertains to Indigenous history. We can't regulate history, and we can't regulate faith. We can only describe what's there now. So to the extent that the shrine is a part of the house, that is a part of the story. Another part of the story of the property is the period when the Order of St. Basil took over the whole 14 acres, expanded the ministry to include the chapel and the school. So we haven't done that evaluation yet. We haven't done that work. We haven't thoroughly explored the development application or anything to do with that. This is to the extent that we can as city staff, we try to remain development blind so that we're just looking at, as you started with, the issue before us. We have development in this city all over the place. That includes heritage buildings. And we may even find that the values are not there to designate the chapel and the school. We don't know. And if we do find that, then we would come forward with more recommendations. But we will continue to work with the owner on the application that's before us, and we'll continue to do our due diligence to make sure we've considered everything. But this designation is very specific at this point of time, and there might be a future report, but all the considerations that are before City Council can be taken into account in terms of housing, what the priorities are. We have many priorities. Heritage is one. And so it will be council that reconciles that. But as professional heritage staff, we have a responsibility to point out what has value to the community.
Thank you for taking this very long report and clarifying it so concisely for us. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, I just need some clarification. But the applicant made comments about this community center. Whose community center is it? Who does the community center belong to? Is this the city?
It's currently, as I understand it, under lease to the city.
It's under lease to the city.
Parks, Forestry, and Recreation are currently leasing it, along with, I believe, the playground to the rear.
Yeah, so we don't own the property, we just lease it out. So the applicant then, I mean, the owner said, just to clarify the report, that if we move the recommendation, we're designating the community center as well. Is that true?
No, it's a bit of a technicality, and I understand why it might create confusion.
Okay, because
the Heritage Act follows property boundaries. Right. So unless there's a severance or unless there's a special new plan drawn that, might separate out areas, the property for the purposes of the Heritage Act are what exists. But the important part is to read that in concert with a description of what the values and attributes are. Currently, the chapel and the school are not mentioned in the designation report. So they are within the boundaries of the designation, but they are not referenced as being of value. Which doesn't mean they're not. We're saying we haven't done that yet.
Okay, because that's what we heard from the owner.
But we're always interested in scoping things.
Yeah, because there was a little bit of confusion on what his deputation was.
It is a technicality that needs reckoning with, yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Councillor Crisanti?
So then, can you clarify exactly what part of this site will be designated as per this report? So there's a school, there's a community center, there's a shrine, so there's other components. So can you quickly describe what it is that's being designated?
Sure. Through the chair, so under the Heritage Act, you're designating what's called real property. So we have property lines and limits. So what is being designated as property is the entire 14 acres, which has a number of pieces and parts to it, of which one is the house, the area behind being the former swimming pool area, and later the Marian Shrine of Gratitude. So it pertains to the entire property, but what's being regulated is just the house and to the rear. At present, this designation only references those features.
Okay, so you got a tough job then, because now what we need to do is make sure that you're able to satisfy the public, make sure that the shrine will continue to survive for the long term, and also make sure that we're able to, have a development, excuse me, that's going to be satisfactory to the community and to the developer, to someone that's going to, invest in our community, provide housing, while at the same time, everything else is going on and it's coexisting in a peaceful manner.
If in the form of a question, do you have? I would say we have a tough job and we have an amazing job.
Yes.
What I would say also is that we can't regulate use on private property. So the area, the house, we can't tell anybody who's going to live there. We can't tell the property owner of that where someone can or cannot access their property. We can't do that. We can recognize things historically, but the idea of use, and it's from the community perspective, it's a good sign if there can be prayer happening close by, but it'll be up to the owner to decide who comes on their land and how it's going to be used. So that is also another distinction. We can't police, the Heritage Police are not going to come out and do that, right? If we had Heritage Police, which I'd love.
I'm not sure I want to live in a world with Heritage Police. Okay, are there any other questions of staff? No, sir, I'm sorry. This is just in the committee now, okay? Yeah. Councillor Myers.
Sorry, through you, Chair. So just so I'm fully clear, I guess the issue is just the community center in terms of like the where the dispute is in terms of whether that can be redeveloped, but you are now examining whether the community center has heritage value.
We put in a recommendation and asked if council wished to direct us to do that.
And when you're saying direct us to examine whether there's heritage value?
Correct.
Okay, so no decision has been made?
No.
And how long would it take to do that evaluation?
Oh, I couldn't say, I'm sorry. If we did Indigenous consultation, which we would intend to do, that can take a while, so I couldn't come up with a time. But it means that at present, the designation is as you see it today.
This is the thing, if there's no
Okay, thank you. Okay.
questions to speak. Councillor Perruzza.
So I'm not going to, I know that there's some confusion still amongst the committee members, so I'm not going to endeavor to try to explain that, because that explanation itself will come clearer and clearer as we move forward. Suffice it to say that no hearts should be palpitating here today, because you're not blocking, holding, stopping anything from happening on that site by your activity and action here today. You're just moving forward in the regular tempo and the regular cycle of council. So you have in front of you I am a heritage report that is very thorough, it's very comprehensive, it's very reasonable, it has a lot of nice pictures attached to it, and the recommendations are subtle and should be supported. Nothing more than that. What these folks, what these good people are here to ask you today is this. What these good people are here today to ask you is this. Why are they here before the Planning Committee? Because, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, you are the Planning Committee of the City of Toronto. Behind you sit the chief planner and all of the senior planners in the City of Toronto. These are the good folks who think about how lands are used in the City of Toronto, right across the city. That's why these folks are here. What they're here to tell you is that this site is important to them, has been historically important to them for 70 plus years. This site has been accessible by the public. First as a high school, St. Basil the Great College School, later as a community center for another 25 years. The public has been going to and fro. It is a beautiful site. And you as the planning authority and the planning decision makers in the City of Toronto are going to be asked eventually. Shepherd Avenue stops up at this site. When you come to the site, what you encounter is a two-story brick building that's sunken one floor down into the ground with a beautiful vista into the ravine. It is a gorgeous site with an incredible amount of heritage and environmental value. And it has been accessible to the community and to Torontonians for 70 plus years. What do they want to do? You've heard all of the compelling stories about the last couple of decades, the Marian Shrine of Gratitude, which, I might add, is a site below top of bank in the provincially regulated floodlands. For 2 decades, thousands and thousands of people have been attending the site, improving the site. Since the first miracle from Father Basil, since that first miracle, 2 decades worth of people going there to do what? Hope, ask, pray, and thank. That's all they want to continue to do. Because that's what they believe in. And they are asking you, as the planning authority of the city, please be mindful of that. They're asking the chief planner, please be mindful of that. What we want to continue to have here is access as you think about what happens here going forward. What we want you to think about is the history and the heritage and the vista and all of those other things as you plan and you go forward with this site. As you think about the value of this land at the center of this community. Not just for the community members, but for all Torontonians. That's what they're here to ask you to do. Please keep it top of mind because it is a site that is important to them. They are not asking for anything that's unusual. They are asking eventually that you be their champions in helping them reestablish the Marian Shrine of Gratitude on provincially regulated floodplain lands well below top of bank. A site that they believe, we believe, have been the site of many a miracle. And hopefully you will help us conclude another miracle in doing just that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Perruzza. Now, folks, I'm going to teach you another rule. There's another rule I'm going to teach you. So if you applaud or boo, that's considered to be you trying to influence our decision-making. And you know, Councillor Perruzza can influence this all by himself. Okay? So I'm going to ask you when we're debating to please hold that back. Okay? Thank you very much. Next to speak is Councillor Nunziata.
Okay, make it quick because I think everybody wants to go home. First of all, I'm going to move the recommendation, okay, that we have in the report because I believe that that's what the community wants and they're very happy with those recommendations, correct? All right, good. So I want to thank the community and the deputations that were made today and the stories and the miracles. You know, when I was listening to the stories, reminds me of Our Lady of Fatima, the movie Our Lady of Fatima. You know, where thousands of people came up in the mountain to pray. You know, so I want to thank everyone for taking the time to come out here and talk about their personal experience and, you know, over the years, attending the shrine and praying, which is very important because I in particular is a good Catholic. I go to church every week. I read at church, so I understand the prayers and I understand how you feel. So I'll move the recommendation and let's just move on. And I want to thank everyone for being here.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? No? Does anyone else wish to speak? No? Is there a member asking for a recorded vote? Okay. So we'll have a recorded vote. All those in favor? Councillor Myers, Councillor Perks, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Crisanti. So that's unanimous. Okay. That concludes our business. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to Toronto Public Service. Thank you to the clerks.